Truth and stories gotta collide. Alibis get swept aside. I got proof that can't be denied. The data don't lie, people do. Waves crashing, secrets in the tide. Facts and numbers side by side. Through the chaos I will abide. The data don't lie, people do. Look at the records, feel the vibe. Digits and bytes come alive. I stand tall with nothing to hide. The data don't lie, people do. May twist and tongues may tie. Plausible tales shape the sky. In the end you can verify. The data don't lie, people do. It's in the matrix beyond the eye. Hard truth that's flying by. Evidence you can't defy. The data don't lie, people do. Look at the records, feel the vibe. Digits and bytes come alive. I stand tall with nothing to hide. The data don't lie, people do. Digits and bytes come alive. I stand tall with nothing to hide. The data don't lie, people do.
Hello everybody, how are we? Just getting my screen shares in order. Hello to Maddie. Maddie's an OG, for those who don't know. I can't even remember where I pilfered you from, Maddie. I know you're at work just listening, so. But he's one of the OG mods. He's been with me for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years now. And I give a lot of credit to my more recent mods and not enough to Maddie G, so. Maddie OG, I meant to say. So let me say hello to everyone else. Hello Strong Leg. Hello Stamp of Approved. Hello GW from San Diego. Wanda, good to see you. Kim. Hi all from Tennessee. Hello from Tennessee. And Commonwealth of MAM. How are you, older than dirt? Okay, so we knew what you meant, Massachusetts. So let me just get my notes together here. This is a scramble because it's very difficult to get a good time in Australia. That is also a good time in America. Oh, that's who it was. It was Bart one. Yes. That was Bart One's channel. So another Australian is where I pilfered Matt from. It was that long ago I'd forgotten even what the case was that we were following at the moment. So, hey music teacher, good evening from Arizona. So glad the Lego Salem trials you hauling me to your channel. Good on ya. Oh, Queensland. Not old. I gotcha. Hello from Queensland. Just a little stone throw over the border here. So, all right. Let's get into this because there's a little bit of crossover here, and I want the Karen Reid folks who have been following that trial to understand the crossovers as to why I got interested in the BAM case. But I also want the BAM people to understand that we're still on the Karen Reid case as well and what that's all about. So, and there is a lot of crossover, like the lies and the trickery in both of the cases all stem from the same abusive patterns that you see from people in power. So, and the types of lies and the way they try to spin shit is so similar in both cases. So your chance to go to New Zealand, strong leg. Woohoo. Hello, Debbie, Albert. Okay, so let's start with the Karen Reid files because we had another doc drop. So every Friday, for those who don't know, we have document drops from the DA's office. And I want to tie that into how the community can help Reckless Ben, because FOIA is at your fingertips. Maybe not mine because I'm in Australia, but it is at your fingertips if you're in America. So you can help Reckless Ben with FOIA. And of course, Karen Reid, we were unable to help her through her criminal trial with FOIA because everything was sealed. But now that everything is unsealed, we can now help her with her, well, mostly everything's unsealed. Everything from the criminal trial is unsealed. We can now help her with her civil suit. So I wanted to share this with the BAM community, how we're doing that. And so just going over this last doc drop and some of the things I noticed in this last doc drop was is something that is going to be helpful for her civil suit. So let me get all this on the screen for us to share first. Oh shit, I'm lost. Give me a second to reorient myself. Oh, I know what I wanted to share first. All right, first of all, I think I got those up ready to go. I do. So 5, 2, let's start with 2. All right, share that screen. This is going to make some noise. Nope, not that. Share this screen. All right, this one here. And just a little like prelim on the BAM stuff too. I got the spreadsheets and I sort of sorted them out and made some sense of what's going on with that as well. So just a little prelim sort of sneak peek at what I'm up to there. Someone has dropped a petition for the FBI to investigate BAM. Interesting. That's good. That is good. Utah, it seems, maybe is corrupt as a Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Yes, indeed. Now, let me remove that one because we don't need it. All right, can you see this document? So what this is this is a FOIA document that was dropped Friday just gone, and in Karen Reid's case, what was he called? CARS. Can anyone remember what CARS stands for? It's to do with investigating vehicle accidents and reconstruction of vehicle accidents. And so I'm going to have a big complaint session, event stream about this CARS report. So I guess we probably should start with the start. Hang on, let me get the actual video on the screen. Probably should start from the start. What this is trying to depict first is, replace it with this one first. I kind of went about this backwards, so bear with me. Okay, this bit of footage here is Karen Reid reversing out of her garage or her boyfriend's garage and hitting his car and driving out the driveway. So obviously she's not very good at reversing. So how they think she managed 26 miles per hour in reverse to run him over is beyond me, but apparently she was better at it than this. So what I wanted to point out here is cars actually have, cars experts or whatever you want to call them, anyone who's trained in that field, have technology to recreate this scene. So that what they can do is they can tell you what angle this car was when it hit this car. And I just did a very rough guesstimate myself because this is fisheye. It's very difficult to get this angle. So I just did a very rough guesstimate by, working out where the center of that vehicle is and the like slope of that fence in the fisheye. You could do it other ways. You could probably chuck it in Photoshop and straighten it all up and take the fisheye off it. But I just did a sort of a rough calculation, and I'm not an expert. But I would expect an expert in cars to actually do this sort of shit in the actual software that they've got to do it with. Nonetheless, that is not what these people did. So I just want to show you that here is John's tail light sitting over here. Can you see my mouse cursor? I hope you can. Here is John's tail light sitting over here. And Karen Reed's tail light is like way back here around the middle section of the back of his car, right? So we can see that with our own eyes. We don't even need to unfisheye this to see that. It's pretty obvious that she did not hit his tail light, or the very back of her car did not hit the corner of his car. We can very clearly see her tail light is right up around the middle, and his tail light is right out here, far away from her tail light. And this looks like a bit of a side swipe. Okay? You wouldn't think, but apparently it's not the priority. Apparently. There's a lot of not priorities involved with both of these cases. So that's the general thing that I'm going to be pointing sticks at today. So Ozzy, I'm glad you made the correlation between the video and what was represented during the trial. Yes, and you know what? I think I'm the only person aside of, a few select people who were in contact with Karen Reed right back at the start before Judge Beverly Canoni sealed everything, or if you're in Massachusetts, impounded everything, that actually have their hands on this video. So it was the one that Karen Reed put out to the media, I believe. But anyway, so I am one of the few with this video to actually do something with it. But anyway, this is the angle of the dangle that we're looking at here, okay? Where is that tail light? Is this a side swipe? What is the angle? So I basically traced that fisheye sort of shape of that fence and brought it down here so we could get like a general angle here of John's car, and then drew a line down here to get the general angle of which way her car is turning. But like I said, a cars expert's got a lot more fancy software to do all of this with. It's photogrammetry, it's recreating it in a 3D environment. There's a whole bunch of things that they could have done here if they really wanted to prove one thing or the other, but they didn't. So back to what I'm bitching about here is in the report, we can clearly see that none of Trooper Paul's vehicle alignments are actually representative of what we're seeing in that video. There was not a corner-to-corner collision in that driveway, and it was not a 90-degree corner-to-corner collision in that footage that we just looked at. I'm sure we can all agree on that, can't we? So the claim is, according to Trooper Paul, is that tail light sticking out here could not have hit John's car. All right, because her bumper sticks out further than her tail light. So the bumpers would have connected before the tail light would have connected. There's other frivolous things you could consider here, that the bumpers are designed to collapse and boing back out again, boing bars. But at this point, I don't even think we need to go there, because the point here is that the side of the Lexus is what came into connection with his car. It was not the bumper or the back of the car. It was the side. So here you can see that the Lexus taillight comes out quite a bit further, but still in this configuration, the bumper would still stop it, right? But now let's look at the an actual 3D, which is what this dumbass should have done. Hang on, where's my actual 3Ds? Give me 1 second. I gotta plug them up. Hang on. Let me get my actual 3Ds up now. Over here. Wrong and incident. Let's open. Come on now. Let's open those. Come on, cooperation now. Let's open those and switch to that screen. Sorry, guys. Hold, please, as Melanie Little would say. Here we go. All right. So in this combination, you can see that the rear bumper does stick out further than the tail light, but it's not the case up the side of the car. All right, it is the case towards the back of the car. That is where the rear bumper starts coming out from the bodywork to sit further out than the tail light. But you can see down the side here, and I will give you a 3D, like 360 view of these two models so you can see what I'm talking about in a 360 view. But I'm just sort of pointing out that no matter which angle, even if they did sort of get this angle partially right, they're still trying to get these two to connect like this. And John's vehicle was never damaged there. If you are to take the O'Keeffe's word for it, John's vehicle was never damaged at all. But we know that they fixed it, okay? They got dobbed in for that. We know they did fix it. There were photographs, strong leg, of John's vehicle, of the Traverse, that were entered into court, but it was after it was fixed. So this is where I kind of think the O'Keeffes have like dropped themselves into shit, because they did shit. They got rid of this ring camera before trial. They completely ditched the ring camera. That was in a motion that they put to the judge, the criminal trial judge. Can we get rid of the camera? Which also gets rid of the account, which also means that Karen Reid couldn't get the originals from the actual camera. So, and then they somehow lost the little bits of the shards of the tail light that were here in John's driveway. Somehow they lost those. They were never to be seen again. And then, you know, tried to make up all these stories about how this sort of accident couldn't have happened. But as I just showed you, this is not a corner of John's car to corner of Karen's car collision here. This is like a side swipe. And so if you put this next picture up, oh, look at that. I can get that tail light to connect without the bumper being in the way if I recreate the side swipe. Dun, dun, dun. There you go. So, and I'm not an expert. I don't have the tools at my disposal that these guys do. Like, they have tens of thousands of dollars worth of software at their disposal that they could have actually recreated this properly. And I expected they were going to. I did a whole stream on the type of 3D recreation of the driveway, because he had put a motion into the court, the Blue Man Group, we're calling them, put their motion to the court. Could they access the driveway at One Meadows so they could recreate the 3D scenery? And they also recreated the 3D vehicles. So they could have actually done this demonstration, but they didn't. Instead, they painted blue paint on their arm and said, look, John's arm matched the height of the fucking taillight. It was just so dumb. It certainly wasn't a fucking reconstruction. And even in the sense of a reconstruction, Trooper Paul still did a better job than the Blue Man Group, right? Anyway, I just wanted to point that out. I don't have any fancy tools. I just did some real basic. This is how you would probably work out the angle on a fisheye lens. this is how I transferred that similar angle over here and recreate a side swipe where only the tail light touches the traverse. So just where did I get that from? Oh shit, I closed it. I'll just show you the 3D models so you can get a closer look at it. Oops. I need history. I closed the pages. Sorry, guys. I don't know why I closed it because I was trying to clean up some tabs before we kicked off. Where the fuck are those pages now? Holy shit, have I done that much surfing since then? Crikey. I've been researching my brains out on both these cases, guys. So I literally have not left my computer for 24 hours except to sleep. So, oh, come on. Where's our models? I just got to remember the name of the website that gave me the models. Definitely, here we go. Let's find them. There we are. This one. There's a couple of models to look at. I'll just show you both of them. But and then I think this one. All right, let's share that instead. Okay. Replace this. We'll start with the Chevy Traverse, shall we? All right, so there's the back end of the Chevy Traverse. It's going to be difficult to see that. Can I full screen this without this? Oh, it still doesn't keep it on the screen for us, does it? All right. So there's your back end of your Chevy Traverse. So where I think she has hit is this area here, perhaps. I don't know, to be honest. I still think maybe the bumper would have protected some of it. I don't know what the fuck she hit, but it was definitely this little bit sticking out here. That's where the original damage was photographed. Anyway, that's your Chevy Traverse. And then go over here and share this tab. Zoom in a little. Might have zoomed in. Might have zoomed in a little too far. Okie dokie. So if you're looking down the side of the car, the bumper's not protecting the tail light. It is if you're looking at this back end of the car. You see the bumper comes out further than the tail light. But down the side of the car, that is not the case. So that's what I was looking at there and the things that I was pointing out. So I don't know that if they actually put the cars together, they can get them to connect, but clearly they weren't trying. So tonight, Emily C. ran interview of Karen Reed explaining the taillight incident. Yes, I actually went to sleep listening. Well, it was kind of the middle of the night. I woke up and I had ringing in my ears. So I put Emily C's video on while she was doing it. So I was kind of snoozing listening to her read it. Anyway, Larry Foreman read his report in his video today. It was good for yep. I just had that on the screen watching the very start of it, but I ran out of time to actually watch it for this stream. So video of Paul O'Keefe yanking on the back of John's car in that exact spot. What we used to do in the old days to yank a dent out. And that's an interesting. I did see that video too, by the way. So that's my bitch session about that particular thing. What else did I have to bitch about? Okay, this is a little recap for our Karen Reid people, but it's specifically to show the BAM people how to help reckless Ben. Let me find this next one. All right. This one here. Share the screen now. This was another thing dropped in the FOIA documents that caught my attention, and I've been obsessing about it ever since. Hey, where's that gone? We're up there. Have I had it open? Hang on. This one. It's just not showing the screen that I'm sharing. Let me have a look, make sure that. That's not the screen I'm showing. All right. Sorry. Let me see now. Why is that not in my list? All right, let me just put this one up for a second. Just to finish off what we were looking at there. All right, I think that's Blue Man Group. Is it? Hang on, let's see when he gets out. Oh, they cut it off. Anyway, let me just see why. I must have another screen window open. Close the tools. All right, now share the PDF, you damn it. God damn it. Finally. All right. So this is, like I said, this is going to be revision for the Karen Reid crew. So, but this is going to be sort of introductory, sort of how can you help reckless Ben kind of information. So it's one of the Ring videos. I think I saw it on Ozzy's channel a while back. Ozzy has it likely in all the millions of. I do. Actually, I don't have the Paul O'Keefe yanking on the back. That's not in my collection. But it was on X. So the one I do have, excuse me. Oh, I'm going to do this in your ears. I couldn't see my mute button. Sorry, guys. I don't want to cough your ears off your heads. I'm sorry. I have a dry throat. Smoking tail lights. It's actually talking when I first wake up. If I do a lot of talking when I first wake up, my throat dries up on me. I need to be awake, you know. I got to have at least 3 coffees, which I didn't do today. So this is just like a string of connections that disprove some things in the Karen Reid case. And like I said, revision for my guys, but new to the BAM crew, how we're helping her out with some of this stuff. Just, it's crowdsourced investigations, basically. So this was last Friday's drop, not this Friday's drop. So, or it might be a bit longer than that. I can't even remember which drop it was. There's too many to remember. So essentially what this multimedia director of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office is telling us is that she hashed in a program called Quick Hash her own dirty work and handed it over to the defense. And there's a number of things that connect all this together. The first one is her own report here saying that she hashed these files. But these files are originally from a recording system called ExactVision. And those icons that are associated with those files are partial proof that these are not from the ExactVision system. There's two clues here. It's not just those icons, but it's the naming convention. That could be one way you could get these first three and these two down here. That could be one way you could get the software to record the time. But you type in a little bit of code and say, I want my dates and times to look like this. And then they're the same throughout. They don't change. Like one doesn't suddenly say noon and the others don't suddenly not have that extra bit on the end. So those were the two clues that she didn't hash the original digital evidence. And that's an issue because this was handed over in discovery. What she handed over in discovery was not best evidence. What she handed over was, in fact, worst evidence. And here she's showing us that she's hashing the worst evidence to give it to the defense. Now, I have a little thing that popped up in Friday's dump that connects to this. Let's share that one next. Window, this one. All right, so you've got to take notice now. What's on the screen is one of the files there is the 28th, okay? And, well, hang on before I switch over. The 28th, see that file there, the 28th? This is prior to John's death. This is the day before. And I presume that video was handed, even though it's got nothing to do with the case, it was handed over to sort of prove that the Sallyport camera is flipped because they got busted mid-trial showing a flipped video, pretending to the jury that the left side of the vehicle was the right side of the vehicle, that kind of shit. And it was sprung on a mid-trial too. So I presume that they were handed, a video from the 28th as a control to show that, that camera's just always flipped. There is a setting in ExactVision where you can flip one camera and not the other, but I don't believe for a second that that's the case. I just don't, because I haven't seen any evidence that it wasn't flipped in the ExactVision system. If you're just going to show us records like this, and let me prove this to you. Down here, where she's got them listed. See, there's the 28th. What's the file type? It's WMV. All right, that's not ExactVision. That's what she's hashing to hand over to the defense. That is not ExactVision footage. And I'm going to just throw this one on the screen. Hang on, let me get to the right. Hang on. Ah, I'm lost. Oh, please. All right. Here we have Colleen Crawford. Hang on. We might need to open this up a little bit so we can see it. Saying that on the afternoon of December 12, 2024, retired Canton Police Sergeant Paul, I can't even say that, DGM Pietro provided me with a Paul Digi, we're just going to say, with a red thumb drive containing the following two files, ePlayer and the 28th footage. What's the file extension here? It is not WMB. It is actually exe, and that is the format that is the default format that Exactvision exports at. And it does that so that it wraps this player, it wraps the actual timestamps, and creates the best evidence. That's the rule, even in Massachusetts, okay? The best evidence, not the worst. So she says, I reviewed both files contained on the red thumb drive. ePlayer is the Exactvision proprietary player with no surveillance footage included. ePlayer is simply the front-end interface that allows one to play back Exactvision proprietary surveillance video footage. O'Keefe Sallyport 28th exe is the same file that was provided to the defense team in discovery. And that's a big fat lie, because the report I just showed you is not the exe. Okay? What she hashed and handed over to the defense was not an exe, it was a WMV. So, had the defense been provided the exe, they're in for a rude shock. I'm not going to say why, but they are, trust me. 2.23 gigabytes, comparing it with the with that one I was just looking at, the 28th is 7.78 gigabytes. Huh? Surprise, surprise. That's the file size in her actual report. So these two things do not match up. All right. So shame on you, Colin Crawford. Anyway, saying that this was provided to defense in discovery in the exe format, when she's clearly got racked up in the quick hash program for defense discovery, the WMV file, there's a little bit of a problem with the two claims here. It's not a little problem, it's a big problem, but it connects to other studies that I'm doing on these videos for the BAM people who haven't been following. So this is how we'll be helping Karen Reid's civil case, her Section 1983 malicious prosecution, Monell claim, because this is not standard procedure, what Colleen Crawford is reporting on in that report, and also what she's saying here, that both of them do not match up regarding the same piece of evidence, and literally all the evidence provided doesn't match up. So we are doing this through FOIA. We're working it out ourselves, and then Karen Reid doesn't have to hire a professional to go through all the documents and work this all out. She can just hire a expert to say, hey, look, this is not best evidence, and this is why. So it saves her a lot of money in the end, because we're all going over every single detail. So those are the two things I just wanted to sort out today in the Karen Reid case, and I got a knock at the door. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be back in a jiff. All right, I'm back. I've forgotten what I was talking about, but anyway, we can wrap up the Karen Reid stuff. That were just a couple of little things I wanted to point out to everybody. Between Matt McCabe and Crawford, yes. Matt McCabe's thing was really sus. So just going over the Matt McCabe thing, he wrote a letter to like all the officials in his county, all of them, as my kids used to say. Where's that note I had on that? All of them. The self-entitlement is astounding. So basically, he wrote a big, long complaint. He wrote 2 big, long complaints. Let me try and get that up on the screen for you, just so you can see who he has included in it and why it's also all types of fucked up, particularly for their case. Yes, I've seen the band map. I got some data from the band map. We're moving on to that one next. So in this, if you just have a look at who he has emailed, he's got mahouse.gov, Norfolk Clerk Office, Judicial. He's got the state MA. He's got Michael Morrissey, MA Senate, Balin, that's DOJ. He's mixed it all up, DOJ, state. And what he's doing here is he's telling them, do this for me. Interfere in the state's case. He purged Jen's phone. Or he purged a Jen's phone. Yes, he probably did. And I just wanted to point out that this is all kind of fucked up because you cannot get the state to intervene in, the federal authorities to intervene in a state matter. The best the feds could do was the 3,000 plus TUI page. And that's going to bite them in the ass in the federal court. You cannot ask them to ignore their separation of powers. The state and the feds have separation of powers for a reason, okay? So that was what he was doing there. Big boo-boo on his part, because the majority of his complaint is actually against Karen Reid in the federal court, is trying to say the feds, that Karen somehow engaged the feds and got them to investigate them. And the federal court's not going to buy that. Her entire Section 1983 is those 3,000 plus TUI pages. The feds aren't going to do that. The federal court is just going to look at those as one of the sources of information because it's federal. So, Conchi, what is Matt? He's actually involved in some very big government contracts to do with software, military software. So basically, Matt just dobbed himself in, trying to get the federal authorities to stop investigating on a federal level their involvement and blaming it on Karen. None of that's going to wash in the federal court, because the federal court, that is the feds, essentially. Anyway, let's move on to the BAM stuff now. We got itchy feet in the classroom. Let me get my BAM stuff up. So my first curiosity was, how much stuff did Brian have? Does he have a ledger of how much stuff he had in that store? So when I want to do comparisons and work out pricing and all that sort of stuff, I need to see that he has a full ledger of everything he had in that store. So what I did find, thank you to Rosemary for giving me the link to this website. Let me share this tab. Shit, not that one. Let me share this tab over here. Okay, so see these 2 links here? I followed sets reconcile and minifigs reconcile. These are two spreadsheets that were put together by Colin and Bubba, independent reconciliation team. The result is the modest itemized figure between 10 and 20K net, never the viral 200,000. Well, that's not what I'm getting here, so I am not getting the conversion gap on 10 to 20K here. So, and I'm just going to show you how. I just took both of those and tried to work out which are Bam's claims and which are Brian's claims, essentially, out of the two. And so I derived a new spreadsheet over here. Replace that with where's the spreadsheet? Here we go. So I have completely like cut it all down to a very simple, what is it? What's the ID number? What are we calling it? What was the low price and what was the high price? All right, so I took all of that from those two spreadsheets and I went all the way down. Hang on, let's not do it the hard way. Let's go all the way to the bottom of the spreadsheet. All right, I came up with a low price. See down here, sum all of those numbers of 100,000 and a high price of 160. I still think the high price is a medium price, because if I'm an avid collector and I really want the set, I'm paying more than the high price because I want the set, right? We talked about this in the last stream. The collectors, vintage, anything, doesn't matter whether you're in Legoland or you're over in furniture or just, trinkets, vintage trinkets. The price, the high price, is what the buyer's willing to pay for it. So I'm still not even calling that 161,551 a high price. Although a lot of people might say we have to settle on something. I wouldn't be settling there if I was him, but we're still at a lot more than, 100 grand, right? We're at least 3/4 over that, just based on, this is Brian's ledger, I believe. So, and I do believe there's still a lot that aren't included in this ledger because he had bags of minifigs that weren't sorted yet. So, Stamp of Approve says a big thing about this is, about it all, is that a lot of people are coming out that BAM is flat out lying about the actual costs, as this only includes the sets, not the bags of little Lego people figures. Thank you. That's what I was just saying. This was only what was sorted out of the bags of minifigs. So if I show you what I'm talking about there, we just scroll back up to the top of this list, you'll see I had it sorted. See, this is the minifigures that were sorted. But if we go down, we'll see how many of those were sorted. 929 of them were sorted out of those bags. So fuck knows how many he had in those bags, because that's still a lot of little minifigurines, isn't it? And even Band's own bullshit, they say 100,000. Yeah, so we'll get to that in a second. Anyway, so at the bottom of this, I also worked out, the store's 35% of the low figure would have been the 35 grand mark, and the store's high would have been around the 56,500. And then Brian's share would have been around 65,000 of that low, and then 100,000 of the high. So even at that, even what I would not call high, I would call that mid, it's still $100,000, correct? So, what figure are you going to put on it? Are you going to put on it the 161, which is the total value that they had in the store? Or are you going to put the store's share and go, well, we don't owe you that much because it's only $35,000 worth of Lego? Or are you going to say, well, we don't owe you that much because your share is only $100,000? It doesn't matter which way you look at it. The total mid to high price is still 161, which is definitely more than anything the BAM's talking about. So that was what I got from that spreadsheet. And then the next thing I went to was talking about what BAM provided as far as POS goes, what was sold. So it was very difficult to wrap my head around how the auditors worked out what was sold and what wasn't, because BAM threw their numbers on top of Brian's spreadsheet and it was just a fucking mess. It was 48 pages of head fuckery that I didn't feel like dealing with at this point. So right now we're just taking the auditor's words for it. Bubba and who did I say they were called again? I got to call them out. Colin and Bubba's independent reconciliation. We're taking their word for it at the moment. I have no reason to doubt them, to be honest. I don't know who they are. I don't know why they did the reconciliation. If they're anything to do with BAM, then I have doubts. But if they have nothing to do with BAM and they were just independently auditing, then I'm quite happy to take their word for it. Where are we? There has been communication of settlement. Meh. They have to have a good faith effort of looking like they can try to settle it, but that's not going to happen. And this is all years ago, so prices fluctuate. Good point. Stamp of approval, because I believe this was done in 2023. So we're already years down the track from these valuations. So isn't the original Star Wars series considered the most valuable? Correct. Olden Dirt. That's why this was not only the world's largest collectible collection, this was also the most valuable because it was all retro original Star Wars. So so anyway, what I did here was I copied their figures over for the original value that and I think that was their high value, the original high value, the adjusted value, and then their final sale column. And so what we came up with here, which I divided into the same categories, okay, we came up with 61,000 had been sold, of which 40 grand Brian should have received. We've got reasons why he hasn't received all of it, but at this point, POS says, point of sales, that is, has that reconciliation says that 61,000 has been sold. The difference between the 62, which is the originally quoted amount, and what was reconciled and sold is about $900 and something dollars. It's not a big amount difference between this other spreadsheet that we were just looking at. So when you're looking at this, $21,000 was the store profit and 39,000, nearly 40 grand was Brian's share. I shouldn't say profit, I should say share here. So we're still nowhere near BAM's quoted prices. BAM says that they only owe him 5 grand. Well, let's subtract 40 from the 100. It still looks like there's at least 60 grand owed here. A little over 60 grand. So that's just roughing in sort of my brain into what the numbers are supposed to be or what they should look like. And that's also using someone else's audit, not me. I did download the 48 pages and then I looked at it and went, yeah, fuck it, I don't have time to do this right now. I will take time to get the values off of the PDF exhibit that was entered into court. But at this stage, yeah, I just wanted to get a rough sort of idea what was going on with it. And I just got to say that this still doesn't really match with what CoffeeZilla came up with, and I don't know what CoffeeZilla based his figures on. But there was things I did disagree with as far as CoffeeZilla's valuation was that the high price is the high price. No, I don't feel that the high price is the high price. The high price is actually what the buyer is prepared to pay for it. So, but there were things that I did agree with him on as well, and we'll get to that. We'll go through CoffeeZilla's thing next, because I think that's important for the Karen Reed folk who aren't familiar with the case yet. Don't know. It doesn't really matter whether you like CoffeeZilla or not. It's kind of like the Turtle Boy thing. The numbers are still the numbers, whether you like the person or not. Maths still maths. Give me 1 sec. I need to blow my nose. Correct. Stamp of approved. They don't know where the lies start and end, and that's exactly where we were at with the Karen Reed case. We've got time. Time seems to be a big issue to the housos in the Karen Reed case, right? All the people who were in that house when John O'Keefe was last seen alive have some serious issues with time. They seem to think that they can just jimmy the timestamps on fucking everything so that their lies look like the truth. But we're getting to the bottom of that shit just by doing these types of audits on literally everything. And so that's what I hope to be able to do here, is to audit like literally everything, not just the numbers here. There's other data that can be audited here. I haven't really got my head around what there is available yet, but we're getting there. I'm very new to the case, so the numbers seem to be, when I first look at numbers, this is just a little view of my type of Asperger's. When I look at the numbers, the patterns don't immediately jump out at me. Some people with Asperger's do. They just look at it and go, bam, 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 look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. All the patterns jump out. I need to look at lots of different pieces of data and look at lots of pieces of information and work out where the patterns coincide. And I'm a little bit more methodical. So you'll get used to that with me. We'll have a lot more to go through once I wrap my head around the entire case. But we do have the same thing happening in the Karen Reed case. By fucking with the timestamps on literally everything, they are even messing up the civil case. So we just had the other day a judge rule, this particular timestamp proves that someone on the defense team leaked information that I impounded. And then when you look at it closely, you realize that it's a GMT timestamp. And when you calculate GMT to Boston time, the 22 minutes after I impounded the documents is actually a big fat fucking lie, because the timestamp that he looked at, GMT, equates to 10 a.m. in the morning, long before he even gave any of the lawyers those documents. So that's how we've got them fucking with the timestamps over in the Karen Reed case. They have been all along. They did it through both of her criminal trials, and they're trying to do it again in a civil trial. We're expecting this kind of fuckery in the BAM case. The first bit of fuckery we got going on here is that the Lego, when BAM took the store over, the Lego still legally belonged to Brian Mansell, right? They are trying to obfuscate the same way that the House defendants are with timestamps by saying, oh, this is a civil matter. No, it's not. That first crime where you took over the store and Brian Mansell's Lego was in that store, that's the fucking crime. Everything else is civil, but the crime happened there. So I had no idea who CoffeeZilla was before Lego Gate. I knew who he was, and I know he's been involved in a lot of lawsuits. So, and I'd followed some of the lawsuits. He seems to win every time. I've not seen him be the loser in a lawsuit yet, which tends to indicate he knows his shit somewhat. So the thing is, BAM is still big, but what is bigger is what the American Fork PD did. Yes, Correct. So there's two separations here. There's this criminal element, which BAM is involved in because they took the Lego and it belonged to Brian, and they knew that it belonged to Brian because Crystal told him it belonged to Brian. Brian told him it belonged to Brian, but they still took the Lego, right? So that and the American Fork PD, that's in the criminal arena. All the other shit, whether or not Crystal was allowed to have a fucking contract with Brian to begin with, all that shit, that's civil. That's a separate thing, separate track again. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to blur all the lines. Same way that the House defendants are trying to blur the timestamps in the Karen Reid case. So we're going to see the same legal maneuvering in the BAM case, where they're trying to blur the lines between what's criminal and what's civil. So Tyler's still getting followed by the cops. Let's go to CoffeeZilla next. And hang on. Before we go to CoffeeZilla, let's listen to Crystal Gorman's side of the story about when she handed over the store and what she was able to provide Brian Mansell as far as an accounting of shit. So these two cases parallel in the sense that a crime was perpetuated and it was magnified by police trying to protect. Exactly. That's exactly it. And both of them involve taking it out on the reporter, right? The independent reporter. So whether you agree with me or not, on the Total Boy front and the Reckless Ben front, they are reporters, okay? They're independent. They don't have rules. They're not signed up to a corporate mainstream media conglomerate, but they are still reporters. So, but that's the other similarity here, that the person paying for it on the criminal side is the reporters, the people who are allowed to actually report on this shit, according to the American Constitution. So let's slip over to Crystal Gorman's side of the story. It's a 6-minute video. It's not too long. We will do, oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. Shit. We'll get there. Over here, Crystal Gorman. And we will make that bigger. All right. Let's have a listen to Crystal's side of the story. So on the left here is Crystal, and on the right here is Ben. So it's Crystal Law and Ben Gorman. Have I got that right? I think that's their names. I could have them back to front. But trust me, bro. Let's have a listen.
Our Lego franchise and our life savings, along with a giant collection inside the store, which was owned by Brian Mansell's father, was taken by Bricks and Minifix.
And then Reckless Ben made a great documentary about it, and it has blown up.
Indeed.
I know you wish you'd done your makeup before that clip that's in the video, but I think you look great. And look, you even get a little Lego version of yourself. That's a little unfair. I'm just blurry in the background.
Now it's going nuts across a whole bunch of social media platforms. We want to clear up some common misconceptions and add some details.
And yes, it gets even crazier. We will save the craziest detail for the end.
First of all, I am not Amanda. I'm Crystal, also go by Chris.
I'm Benjamin, not Reckless Ben, the YouTube documentarian, and Benjamin Gorman, the novelist. We co-owned the franchise.
I managed the store.
We purchased the franchise in February of 2023.
At first, everything seemed to be going really well. There were problems right from the beginning, ways that BAM was not in compliance with their own franchise agreement, but the store was doing well. I loved my customers, and it seemed like everything was going to work out fine.
Then we decided to move overseas because of my work. I'm a publisher at a small press, not a pipe publishing, and we thought we might need to be publishing from outside the US for political reasons.
When we approached BAM about selling the store, they pretended to be open to the idea, though they would later admit they had been planning this.
A guy named Brandon Best showed up on a Thursday night and demanded the keys. They threatened us with the police and promised to do an inventory and compensate us. They said they understood there was a large collection on consignment and acknowledged they were taking that over.
Just taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment market.
They told us the same thing they told Brian Mansell, that we could fight them, but they would drag it out and make it so expensive we would be putting ourselves into a whole lot of shit. Their words. Here's their executive product manager and director of operations, Kai McAllister, on the phone with us the night they took the store.
If we go the legal route, it's going to be a very expensive battle for you, and it's not going to be a good position for you guys to get into. There's not a whole lot of options for you. If you want to go the legal route, it's just going to be a mess, and it's going to be expensive for you.
Can anybody say extortion? Because all along, all Ben ever asked for was, and Brian Mansell, was to give the Legos back. This guy is saying it's going to cost you money, and that's extortion. If you don't do it our way, it's going to cost you more money than it's worth. That's extortion.
Yeah, so why not consider talking with us rather than leaping to this?
We jumped on the call with Crystal this morning.
And you talked with her or you talked at her?
We talked at her. If you fight this, then you're putting yourself into a whole lot of shit.
At her.
It sounds like a threat, and I can acknowledge you feeling that because in a way it is.
I mean, we have no choice, correct?
Yes.
Notice, that's not some franchisee. That's corporate. They want to pretend they're not involved, but they have been involved every step of the way.
Of course, this was a nightmare. We were about to move and now had our life savings taken from us. We still tried, but this loss made the relocation untenable. Eventually, we were able to find a lawyer to represent us in Utah, where BAM is headquartered.
We tried to negotiate with BAM. Just as they threatened, they dragged everything out and refused to even offer a settlement.
They've tried.
So, just so you're clear, this dispute with her and corporate has nothing to do with the collection. This is to do with, she called corporate considering, how do we sell? Then corporate just took over. And they were already not meeting their obligations under the contract anyway. So this is a completely separate dispute. This has nothing to do with where the Lego has gone. Just so you know, it's a completely different thing. He's threatening extortion, and it's costing them their entire life savings, which is a different thing again to Brian Mansell's family's entire life savings.
Tried arguments that are so contradictory, they make no sense when put together. They claim they own the store so they can take it, and also that they never owned the store in between taking it from us and selling it to Brandon Best and Josh Johnson. It can't be both. They claim in their newest public statement that it's all our fault they took Brian Mansell's father's collection because they don't allow consignments. But they were always aware of the consignment. They promoted it when it was on the news and in the newspaper a year before they took our store, and the franchise agreement expressly allows consignment, in contradiction of their newest statement.
And we've since learned they were saying all kinds of crazy things about Chris behind her back, both to customers and to employees, which are slanderous, to try to blame this on her. And once they even tried to say we never owned the store in the first place, which would mean all their claims that it's the previous owner's fault would be lies. And I guess that you were unpaid labor for 2 years?
So yes, we are suing them.
And yes, they are trying to make it so expensive, we'll have to give up.
If you fight this, then you're putting yourself into a whole lot of shit.
We believe the best way to get Brian compensated is to win our lawsuit and include the full value of his collection in the damages so that he can then be compensated.
So if you want to help Brian get paid for his collection, and help us,
and hold these horrible people accountable,
please donate to our GoFundMe so that we can afford to fight them to the bitter end.
So you can see here she's making a clear distinction between her lawsuit and Brian Mansell's collection. They understand, Brian Mansell understands there's no dispute between him and Crystal. Crystal understands there's no dispute between her and Brian. So any trying to meld this into a civil dispute claim is strictly on BAM's responsibility. There is indeed a point in the middle where there was a crime that occurred, and then there's all this civil stuff that happened. And Crystal's making that distinction clear, but she can help Brian through her lawsuit. I agree with that. It's not their bookkeeping, though, strong leg. You can say that, but her bookkeeping was on that POS system, and they took the POS system away from her. All her bookkeeping was on that POS system. So they took it all away from her. So that's not her fault either. If you're relying on your own POS system, then they take that data away from you, then you don't have any bookkeeping. But I do believe that Brian kept a closer eye on the bookkeeping in his spreadsheet that wasn't relying on her POS system. But most stores do rely on the POS system. When it comes to incomings and outgoings, most stores, that's a standard thing to do, to rely on your POS system. So they locked them out of their emails and the Slack as soon as they came to take over the store, so they couldn't save any records. Yes, that's correct. So we'll get into all of those details.
And if you can't afford to donate, we get that. Please share this so that more people see this.
We've learned they've done this to other franchise owners, and we want to hear from other people BAM has treated in this same way.
Please don't harass the employees at the various franchises. This is not their fault. However, I was required as a franchise owner to pay 6% of my sales in monthly royalty fees to corporate. So do with that information what you will. Please do whatever you can to encourage corporate to come to the table, settle with us, and through us, Brian Mansell, so that they can try to make this right. If they settle
fairly and completely,
and if we're allowed to tell you after that settlement is reached,
we will. So follow us wherever you're seeing this, and then go back to doing business with them once they've re-earned your trust.
Because Lego should be fun. And I want to personally thank all my former customers who've left comments of support for us and told me about their positive experiences during the time when we owned the store. That means the world to me, and I miss you all so much.
Oh, and the wildest thing is in the comments.
All right, so that's Crystal's side of the story. Has nothing to do with Brian's ownership of that Lego collection. So let's now jump over to, let me just pop that off the screen and have a listen to CopyZilla, because he was able to get more information from BAM, which you're just going to scream when you hear how much he lied to them. CopyZilla. Bricks. Bricks and mini pigs. I found it, he says. Shut up, Bob. Sorry, guys, I've got to ad first. Let's get past the ad. Shut the fuck up, Bob. Nobody cares about Bob. All right. CopyZilla, share screen. I found the $200,000 missing Lego. The rental truck. We're getting to the rental truck. You've all been waiting for me to get to the rental truck. Hello, Norfolk Tyranny. We are comparing the Karen Reid case with the BAM case at the moment, Norfolk Tyranny. But feel free to rewind to the start to get the connections sorted if you're not following what the connections are in the two. All right, so CopyZilla was able to get BAM Corporate to speak to him, and Crystal and Ben and they both sent paperwork over, And BAM Corporate claims that they audited the records and found that Crystal was keeping multiple sets of books. Crystal says, no, that's not true. She was torn away from all of her POS and all the data and wasn't allowed to access it. But she does have some, which she provided to CopyZilla, and this is what he was able to make of it. So, yeah, plus everyone outside BAM and the cops are all pretty consistent. Right, exactly. There's another link, Norfolk Tyranny. Yes, we have corruption at the police level and the county DA level. Plus, we also have corruption at the corporate level, people who are connected to people in power, using their connections to power to punish the reporters. Basically, same thing. So that's the connections. Let's have a listen to what CopyZilla was able to do.
A $200,000 Lego collection went missing, causing a lot of you to ask me to find it. And after seeing the cops point guns at YouTubers, people get arrested and sued for $1.3 million, I decided enough was enough. This looks like a case for the internet detective, this time in the $10 million Lego studio. So I talked to every suspect involved. What I found shocked me.
Dun, dun, dun. What did you find?
Hey, before we can find these missing Legos, let's give some background. A massive Star Wars collection was put on consignment at a Lego store called Bricks and Minifigs in Salem, Oregon. Consignment just means the owner, Brian Mansell, gave it to a store to sell, and he was supposed to get a cut when it sold.
Do we need the background? We've already done all the background. Let's get to the story.
Go missing. As that store is getting handed over, the question is Brian's collection in it? Here's what the official Bricks and Minifigs press release reads. Quote, after taking over the store, we discovered a small number of sets valued between $2,000 to $5,000 that could be possibly related to Mr. Mansell's collection. But there's a problem here. There should be over 10 times that amount in this store, given their internal records and what we know the estimated value of this collection was. So if corporate's saying there was only $2,000 to $5,000 in the store, something happened to these Legos. But what? In order to solve this case, let's think about the suspects. First, who was there that night of the handover?
Before he goes on, can we all just agree that 160 rounded up to 200 is actually okay for sensational purposes of publishing? I have no dramas with people saying rounding it up to 200,000. It's 160,000, as we just saw from my records. So what's the difference? 40 grand? I have no problems with YouTubers bumping it up to 200 because BAM first put the ads out going, we've got $200,000 worth of Lego in the store back in 2023. And now all of a sudden they want to backpedal and say it's only 5,000. Yeah, I don't know. I'm happy with people rounding it up to 200,000 for the sensationalism of it all.
It's only 3 people. Crystal and Ben Gorman, the former franchise owners, and Brandon Best, one of the new owners. These are our 3 biggest suspects, but they aren't the only ones. I want to address a few other suspects at the very start here. First of all, maybe this is just all the result of, plain old thieves breaking in. What about that possibility?
Hi, I am Chris. I was the previous franchise owner who signed the collection agreement with Brian Mansell.
And I'm Benjamin Gorman. I am the silent partner who's really bad at being silent.
We did have a couple of break-ins at the store. None of Brian's collections were in the police report or stolen during those.
Okay, so the Gormans say emphatically it wasn't thieves, but if that's the case, what about the guy who was arrested? I mentioned at the beginning of this video, Reckless Ben. This is the YouTuber who started it all. With a documentary, I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 of Lego. Maybe it's the perfect crime. Make a video tracking yourself. Now, for our theory, it's worth noting Ben is currently facing a RICO lawsuit by Bricks and Minifigs. He was even targeted with a search warrant for stolen Legos.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
The owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos.
And on top of that, Reckless Spin was even accused of stealing the Legos by the current franchise owner.
I stole the Legos?
What do you think of the theory that it was Reckless Ben? He stole the Legos.
It's absurd. We didn't even know Reckless Ben. He
Yeah.
had no interaction, no relation to us, no relation to the store.
I just want to tell you, the very next video we will probably go over. I don't know if it'll be this stream, but we'll go over it. Is the American Fork Police Department statement, because there's some pretty big lies in that one. But we'll probably do maybe Reckless Ben's reply to the American Fork Police Department to go over the things that are wrong about their statement. So we'll come back to that, just so you know that that's what that was.
That doesn't hold any water.
Okay, I'm going to be honest. Apologies to the genius cops in Utah who play different.
We play differently here.
But I don't believe that Reckless Ben stole the Lego, mostly because he couldn't. He just wasn't there that night, and I don't even think he knew about these Legos. But who does Ben suspect is holding the Legos, since he did this whole documentary series?
The guy who runs the entire company, Ammon McNeff, he personally came out to talk to us.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Is that a lie?
No.
That's a lie. You did take the Legos.
No. So we have, our attorneys have visited, but like, again, so who's
Brian Mansell.
okay, and who's that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Nope. Never happened.
My name is Ammon McNeff. I am the CEO of the Bricks and Minifigs brand.
So my name's Matt McNeff. I'm the COO of Bricks and Minifigs.
The people you just saw are the McNeff brothers. They agreed to speak with me to try to clear their name. I asked them, do they have the Legos?
What I can tell you is that we don't have it.
Dun dun dun! The lies these two tell are going to be exposed in this very video. So that was the first lie. We don't have them. Who took over the store? Oh, we did. So who had them? Oh, we did.
We've never had access to them.
It seems to kind of go missing. Parts of it seem to go missing on November 14th.
Well, and I guess no, not at all. I'm going to say, like that is not accurate at all. Because
So you think that the collection was in the store at the time or elsewhere?
Elsewhere. When you look at Mansell's own words that he reiterated to a podcast last year,
That was last year, mate. At last year, Crystal Gorman had the store in her possession and was trying to make sure that no one broke in and stole the Legos. That's a different fucking time frame. You see how they do this? It's the same pattern that we're seeing in the Karen Reed case. They'll take something that was like completely unrelated and drag it in as if it's somehow related and then go, see, look. That's bullshit. So, Matt Ammon, fuck yeah, LLC. Thanks for joining us, Stan. Yeah, so the podcast he wasn't in, and that's right, he wasn't even in that podcast, was he? That's funny. I think it was Coffee's
explicitly stated to another podcaster, the sets were moved off-site for security.
The collection will not be stored on-site after hours for security reasons, and after Sunday, the sets will be available for purchase but stored elsewhere.
Now, one thing that's been a big subject of the Bricks and Minifigs kind of story is, hey, there are these off-site locations. Can you address what that is? Is that true?
So the off-site location in the letter that that corporate is referring to is the original press release that we released when we were launching the collection. In that press release, because we had previous break-ins, I specifically included the location that after this weekend, those Legos would be stored off-site to deter any future thefts. They were briefly stored off-site after that launch weekend while I bought safes for the back room, and then they were moved back into the store.
Okay, so for most of the time, the sets were in the store after y'all got the safes in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oops, ads.
This game
We will be watching the ads so CoffeeZilla gets our advertising revenue.
A lot of the Legos weren't there that night. And then on the other hand, we just heard from Crystal and Ben Gorman explaining the off-site story, saying that later they no longer used those off-site locations. But what do we really know about the Gormans? They are the former franchise owners after all. I mean, shouldn't we be suspicious of everyone? They're one of our key suspects. They were there the night we lost Brian's collection. They were the creators of the consignment deal after all. And one group in particular is pointing their finger at them very hard. It's the McNeffs, who say they were behind on payments.
We started getting calls from the landlord letting us know that Crystal was behind on the lease payments.
Of course she was. And you know what? When we get into another person who has come forward who had one of these franchises, they did the same thing to him. Oh, he's behind on his payments. So they take over the store, then they don't pay the lease payments, and then they blame that on Crystal. So this is part of their little fucking shenanigans. Also, apparently they have a heap of LLCs. Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to the LLCs.
At the location, we had also gotten a couple of notices from some of our vendor partners that bills had not been paid by the store. And so we felt pretty strongly that there was going to be a risk of her just, like attempting to file bankruptcy, doing some of these other types of things, which we've had franchisees do in the past, and that's problematic. So that's why we sent him up there to take some video footage. So we needed to just be prepared if we needed to do a hostile takeover, which, can happen in franchising, where a franchise owner just, kind of tries to steal inventory and do some different things that way.
Okay.
Yep. Can I just answer Rosie? The data I just showed you in my spreadsheets, it came from the BAM map website. Those are the two links I just showed you on the BAM map website, where I pulled the basic data down just to see what was actually taken, what was sold versus what was taken. So yes, there's multiple people with similar stories where BAM comes in, takes over, doesn't pay the rent, and then it's up to the previous franchisee to foot that bill. So
So Bricks and Minifig's story is that they were worried about the Gormans skipping town, so they sent Brandon Best as a secret shopper on October 24th, 2024. This is weeks before the takeover. Brandon takes a video of the store condition in preparation for this handover, but at this point, Brandon does not announce himself to Crystal Gorman. Later though, on November 14th, once again, the same concern about the Gorman stealing or theft was expressed by the McNeffs.
Brandon was trying to make sure that they weren't taking things from the store, and so he was kind of trying to make sure that he wasn't putting things, like hiding things in the back, and that and while he was watching that, trying to make sure Ben wasn't grabbing stuff from the store and moving it or doing anything along those lines, because he just got a weird feeling about the whole transition.
She took at least one, if not more than one, cartfuls of things out to her car with her coat draped over it.
So yeah, the McNeffs say, look, they don't trust the Gorman.
Dun, 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 with her coat draped over it. She ran the fucking store. It was probably her own things. One of the things that I was going to say just fell straight out of my fucking head. What was I going to say? Oh no, I hit the pause button to say something here, and I forget what it was. But Lego's so big, can't be worth it. I guess not anymore under that BAM name. The only worry on CoffeeZilla's side of the prize is that he never actually asked Brian Mansell. Right. He was just trying to chase the numbers. That's why he didn't ask Brian Mansell, because he didn't have anything to do with the numbers. So, but I do agree with you, which is why I went to the filings to get the list and started there, because that list was provided by Brian Mansell. I think it was in a filing, so.
And they explained it, even further. They said, hey, there's some issues in her past.
She apparently has a
That's right,
retail
Bradley.
theft and other criminal rests on her record that we were not aware of.
When was that?
I don't know. This has been brought out by several people online now.
Now look, that's a huge accusation to bring up, and so obviously I wanted to talk to the Gormans about it.
They're like, she has a history of some type of burglary, theft.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, yes.
Well,
You
explain.
know about this.
Explain.
Yeah, when I was 19 years old.
How long ago is that?
I am 45 now. So this was in 1999. This, something that happened 25 years ago, has no reflection and no bearing on what happened in the last 2 years, my management of the store, what happened the night corporate seized the store. It is another deflection. And it infuriates me. You're gonna try to publicly embarrass and shame me for somebody that was manipulated by local police departments.
Well, it's okay, Crystal. We don't care. And here's the thing. You want to play dirty. You want to play. Because what BAM doesn't realize is they're playing with the world now. They think that they were able to, just pull this scope in and they're just playing Crystal and Ben here, or Reckless Ben. They're just playing these individuals. But what they didn't count on was the whole world. They're going to try and play all of us. Wait till you see what we dug up on these guys. So, two can play that game, and now you are facing the whole world.
She was pregnant and 19 years old. Fuck you. That's my response to that. I am so sorry. You're gonna have to blur and cut a lot of this, but that pisses me off. I own what I have done. I own the mistakes that I have made. You cannot intimidate and bully me into backing down when I know that legally and morally I am in the right and I have the evidence to back it up.
Wow.
So let me just say, Crystal, settle, darling. We're behind you. We got you, babe. We got you back. We will dig up what we need to dig up on the McNeff brothers. Don't you worry about that. They want to play that game. We'll play it too. And I will give credit where it's due. The internet, the netizens have already started. So these guys are going to regret that play.
This is getting kind of nasty and personal at this point, and I just wanted to give people kind of their side. But at every turn, I hope you understand, I'm getting contradictory stories, down to if the McNeffs knew about her history in the first place.
Like, they're bringing up something that I told them about.
Wait, you told them?
Told them. They asked me.
They said they had no idea. They said if we knew, we would have never hired her.
Because we would not have hired her had we known this.
I told them I had a record from when I was 18. There was a family issue that, and didn't go into all of the details, but they were like, that's so long ago, we're going to hire you based on who you are now.
Yeah, you know what? Anyone signing up for a BAM franchise agreement now needs to play that same rule. Hey, if you guys are shady, we're not going to sign up. Two can play that game, buddies.
Okay, I'm just going to leave it there. You guys can make up your own mind. My point is, one side says up, the other says down, and it gets to the point both sides start hinting that they have photographic proof from the night of November 14th that proves the other side is lying. And so I'm like, look, at this point, let's stop talking. Show me the Legos.
Where I was told we are 100% have possession of photos that prove that the Gormans are lying. And then you guys are telling me we 100% have possession of photos that prove this side's lying. Who's going to drop the photos first? I mean, I feel like someone just has to, somebody's right here.
And after a lot of convincing, both sides agreed to show me the photos, corporate and the Gormans. In fact, I scheduled the calls to do this an hour apart from each other. But let's remember their positions for a second. The Gormans say whatever was left unsold of Brian's collection that was in that store spreadsheet was in Salem store the night of November 14th. Then you have corporate side. They say whatever was left that night was maybe $2,000 to $5,000 of Legos. The rest was either stolen by thieves, the Gormans, or held off site. It was not in that store. And on both sides, there's a lot to lose here, right? You've got the Gormans, who basically have been insinuated to have been stealing. And for Josh and Brandon too, the new franchise owners, there's a lot on the line. I reached out to Josh and he told me, I think her pictures would only show a few sets and minifigs. I replied, so if I can prove that the Lego sets were in the store, that will prove Brandon was lying. Josh replies, if it shows something different, then yes, I will eat my words.
We're looking
Whatever.
for people 40 plus who want to actually master
Whatever. This dude's so full of fucking shit. Makes promises and then he can't fucking back them up. I mean, but let's face it. What was the promise he just made? I'll eat my words. It's not that fucking hard. Eat your words, buddy. Layaways ain't mean shit though, as we're not sure who did and didn't get what. Yeah, I didn't include what was laid away. I included only what was paid for, not what was laid away, which is why I decided to dissect the records that I've forgotten their names again already. The records that Colin and Bubba did, I decided to split them up and not take any notice of what was on layaway because that's not paid for. But layaways that were paid for, I did include those in my list. So just to see what was sold. But we still didn't come to Bam's figures. We came to Crystal's figures. Just very roughly what I did came to Crystal's figures. So.
And let's see the evidence, starting with Matt McNeff. First, he showed me the video, October 24th, 2024, for a baseline of how the store looked.
So this is the Salem Kaiser location, is that correct?
Salem Kaiser location, yes.
So is it fair to say I'm seeing quite a few Legos here? I mean, I'm seeing a store of Legos. You'd agree?
There's a good amount of Lego on hand. This isn't what I would say is a well-stocked Bricks and Minifigs, but it's not terrible. It's I would say a little below average as far as overall stock. So now let's go to November 14th. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So November 14th, when Brandon was in there helping.
Wait, this is the day. This is like the big day.
This is the day.
Hold on, I gotta prep myself emotionally for this.
Okay.
This is a big deal. This is D-Day. This is the big moment. This is Brandon takes over the store. We don't know where the Legos are after this moment.
We don't know where the Legos are after this moment. And I want to point out again that we've had this for a while. We haven't this is the first time we've shown this publicly. We've been waiting for our attorneys to give us the approval to say, hey, this is okay now to share in this capacity. So we'll go through these pictures. This is what Josh saw, or not Josh, sorry, Brandon saw. He took.
Can we just have an appreciation moment for his brother's mustache? If you want like the perfect image of the bad guy, that mustache does everything. Like seriously. Get rid of the mustache, idiot.
Took pictures of everything in the store, all the inventory in the store. This is what the shelves looked like compared to what you just saw a moment ago.
Okay, so I'm seeing a lot less. Just to state the obvious, go back a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm seeing like way less.
So yeah, the pictures I was being shown on November 14th, those shelves looked emptier than they did on the day of October 24th. But to be fair to the Gormans, they addressed the empty shelves themselves.
As we get to the very end of this video in particular, right here, you'll see that empty space right here. So this is the retired and certified set section that we have to keep separate from the new in box current sets being sold by Lego. All those empty spaces up there were the sets that we had on display during the day from Brian's collection that every night when the store closed, we pulled off and put back into the safe and then put back out in the morning.
So when they say, see, there's empty space on the shelves, yeah, because we put them in safes at night to keep them safe.
Because we have giant windows.
Yeah, it's an explanation that kind of makes sense given the history of burglary. Now, of course, this is something I had to ask the McNeffs about.
Is this a case of, did y'all see Star Wars sets in the back? Did y'all not see the Star Wars sets in the back? Did he take, not in the back, but specifically in a safe? Like there were a bunch of Star Wars sets in a safe.
That is such a general question. Did you see Star Wars sets? The point isn't, did they see Star Wars set? The point is, did they see that more than half the store was actually Mansell's Star Wars collection? I didn't like the way he asked some of the questions. He let him off the hook a little bit too easy in some cases. cut to the chase says, BAM always time shift their statements to make them seem true. This is exactly what the bloody House defendants are doing with Karen Reid. They always time shift shit to make it look like it's true. Emma knows feck all about Legos. Yep, they play Monopoly with 4 dices. You guys are cracking me up. What was that last one? Waxed mustache and eyebrow horns. To each his own.
Did Brandon see those? Has there been talk of those? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. My understanding is that he took pictures of everything, and all those photos I showed you of the Star Wars were all the photos, or was literally all the Star Wars inventory in the store.
Yeah, the McNeffs say all of the photos should be with Brandon of all the Star Wars items. And to be fair to them, they showed me a lot more pictures and even showed me a spreadsheet of all the Star Wars sets in the store the night Brandon took it over. And it valued to about like $5,000 to $10,000 or so. But then I had to ask.
Oh, sorry, here's another kind of set.
Okay.
Do you think y'all have all of these?
Very likely.
Okay.
Again, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
But then I couldn't help myself. I started to bring up some of Crystal's photos to see if they matched up.
Have you seen this before?
Did his brother not just tell Reckless Ben they don't have the Legos? Now all of a sudden, oh yeah, we do have these Legos. Of course, there's a twist by the time we get through to the end of this, but these guys can't make up their minds whether they do or don't have the Legos. Did Crystal steal them, or do you have the Legos? Like, what's the fucking story? Be straight. Just pick a story and stick with it. If you're going to lie, at least stick to the same fucking lie.
Not that I recall.
So do you see that?
Yep.
So do you see it's in like some kind of like a safe thing? I don't know if you can see the sides there.
Looks like a bookshelf to me, but sure.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So I think the important thing is making sure that all of these are in the inventory 4-man cell.
Sure. That's cool.
Have you ever seen a product that transforms any ordinary space into a dreamy...
Shut the fuck up. You know what? I agree with you. By the time this is all over, you know how I said that would be a mid-price? We'd be looking at, a good deal more after this all blows over. This Star Wars set is going to be worth a whole lot more. But this is part of what makes it worth more, right? People know about it. It's there. People want it. It was part of that case. We want it. So I think it is going to be worth a great deal more. Like the 200 grand is probably going to be very much closer to the truth by the end of all of this.
Yep. The Vulture Droid.
75169.
169 I'm not seeing, so there may be... Okay, so there's one that is not on our list.
Let's try this. 10240?
Okay, nope, not seeing that one either.
What about 9493?
3. I don't see that one either. So maybe those were locked at the time,
excuse?
and Brandon did not get those pictures.
All right, that's kind of a problem because the Gormans had over 200 photos of this store. I definitely knew looking at these photos, there's a lot more Legos in the Gormans photos, by quite a lot that Brandon's photos just didn't show. But corporate didn't really see it that way.
But still, in the grand scheme of things, we're not talking, again, 10 times the amount of sets here.
Yeah, we are.
I don't know. I haven't shown all the photos yet. I don't know exactly how much.
60 grand,
If there's
mate.
a calculable figure that we can look at and say, great, this is what was there, I promise you it's not $100,000 worth of Lego.
It's 60.
And so where's the rest of it? You got me. I don't know.
Maybe I'm a little too in my head about this U-Haul story. You don't think it could have been some U-Haul thing? There's no way.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Have we talked about the U-Haul yet? We gotta talk about the U-Haul for a second. This is another one of those things that was like really disputed between the two parties. Was this U-Haul that supposedly was driven up to the store the night of the takeover.
So when Brandon came to the store that night, he was driving a U-Haul truck.
Now, In typical fashion, this was immediately disputed.
Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
It wasn't until after he...
A rental car, got it? He was not there in a truck, he was in a rental car. Mental note, not in a truck. Not in a U-Haul truck, he was in a rental car. If they can prove it's 60K, can they rebut diversity jurisdiction and remand to the state court? No. The cost, the amount has nothing to do with it. The diversity jurisdiction is about them all being in different states. So jurisdiction being which state has jurisdiction over the case, and that they all come from different states is part of what removes it to the federal court. But also, if there's a federal question, that also is automatic removal. So I understand it was actually Ben's side that removed it to the federal court. So it's like Kerry said, when Kerry said, I heard Karen say, look up hypothermia, then admitted she was the one that told her that Jen was the one that told Karen. She said it right. It's exactly like that. It's like fucking Chinese whispers and all sorts of shit. And now that something else came out about Karen, Jen, and Kerry at one point did all sit in someone, I think it was in Kerry's car, and prayed. And that somehow got twisted into some other fucking story. But now that it's back out there that Karen says, yeah, we all did get in the car and pray, they're like, see, Jen didn't lie. It's like, yeah, she did fucking lie, because that was what she tied to. Karen Reed told her to Google hypothermia. It was at that same time. So this is what I mean about messing up the timestamps and the same tricks being played by both sides.
He told me he was taking the keys and locking me out, that I really kind of paid attention to the fact that he had a large, not the small, the large U-Haul truck.
So yeah, I just kept hearing about this U-Haul truck. Now, why is it significant, U-Haul or not? Well, one, a U-Haul truck can fit a lot of Legos, but the big reason it mattered to me was because I was actually called by an ex-employee of the Bricks and Minifix store in Eugene, Oregon. Remember, that's the one that Brandon and Josh owned, and he told me something very interesting.
I'm a former employee, started in 2024, and I was working under the old manager, Brian, and he sold the store to Brandon, Best, and Josh.
What store was this? Bricks and Minifigs where? Okay, now what did you see that made you want to talk to me?
So what is the point of disguising the guy's voice when they actually named the store? It's like, yeah, I don't know that you actually helped the guy out here, Coffeezilla.
I saw Reckless Ben's YouTube video about the sales for closing down, because when I was talking to my co-workers about the situation about Salem, and we were told through other employees that it was just a bad area to work in. It was like haunted, if you will, is what was going around. But after seeing the video of Reckless Ben, he exposed them, and it makes a lot more sense with what we dealt with Brandon and Josh. Like, oh, Crystal stole Lego sets and bolted out of the country.
Who says that?
Brandon Best told us. When he was dropping off all the Lego sets to us that night. That's that were like Saran Wrap. They had Star Wars City. There's just a lot of stuff. It was like in a medium-sized U-Haul truck.
Wait, they brought a U-Haul truck.
Yeah, from Salem to Eugene.
And to Eugene, and it had a bunch of Star Wars sets on it?
Yeah, Star Wars sets, like everything. A bunch of new stuff too.
Wait, when and was this when they took over the store from Crystal?
I believe so, yes. Yes, because he said that Crystal stole Legos and left the country.
While he has a U-Haul of Legos?
Yeah.
Interesting. Weird.
I So then he said, we're just going to hold on to this stuff until corporate tells us where we have to distribute it. And I'm like, well, it'd make more sense if we could take it because we're kind of struggling with, the product we put on the shelves.
Oh my gosh. We really got to find out. Was there a U-Haul that night or not? Because everybody's disagreeing about it. This Eugene, Oregon guy says, oh yeah, a U-Haul showed up with Star Wars sets in it. Brandon was talking about the Salem store. You've got Matt McNeff saying there was no U-Haul there. It was a rental car. You've got Crystal saying, yeah, I thought it was really weird. There was a U-Haul truck there. So I told the McNeffs, I really got to find out what the truth is here.
If you
Oops, sorry, muted. Before he gets to that, let's have a quick squizzy at what the map says about the distance and the driving time for the story to match up. So we're looking at this, okay? We're looking at a 13 and a 5-minute drive, 13 hours and 5 minutes, okay? So in order to drive from Salem, in order to hire the truck at Eugene and drive to Salem is 13 hours drive. Then to drive from Salem back to Eugene is a 13-hour drive. So I just wanted to put that up just to check what is the distance. That's 13 hours in a car too, by the way, not a U-Haul truck, which I don't know. Here in Australia, a truck is not allowed to do more than 80k, I think it is. There's road limits. They've got certain parts of open highways where they're allowed to get up to 100, but most places they're restricted to 80, especially vehicles that have a tow, like that's a solid truck. But vehicles that have a trailer are also limited to 80. So I don't know what the rules are in America, but obviously a truck isn't going to travel as fast as a car. So we're looking at what, 14 hours in a truck? He ignored the little figures. Yes, the little minifigures. Yes. I don't think he knew about the minifigures when he did his show, but that is the whole in the story so far. Anyway, so I just wanted to check that driving time calculation to see if their excuse actually fits. Oh yeah, press the play button, Aussie.
know anything about it, let me know, because that's just something I heard.
I do, and it has nothing to do with the Salem store. Well, at least not the Salem store in the way that it is there. Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
So when there was the handoff, there wasn't a U-Haul, it was a rental car.
Correct. He was there in a rental car.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it.
And I think any
Got
of the, like, if you were to look at the footage, the Ring cameras, all that.
Oh, he will, mate. He will. But like, can I just take it back a little and watch how fucking straight-faced this guy completely lies? Like, I really want Sam from I Don't Belong Here to watch this.
This here. If you know anything about it, let me know, because that's
How
just something I heard.
straight-faced he fucking
I do,
lies.
and it has nothing to do with the Salem store. Well, at least not the Salem store in the way that it is there. Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
So when there was the handoff, there wasn't a U-Haul, it was a rental car.
Correct. He was there in a rental car.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think any of the, like, if you were to look at the footage, the Ring cameras, all that stuff, you won't see a U-Haul sitting anywhere in the parking lot.
So after hearing all of this, I realized, look, I just got to find the evidence. So I start sifting through these photos I have, right? I realize I have a parking lot photo. I check it. No U-Haul, just a red truck out there. I check another photo where you could see the window, but the problem is it's night outside, so you can't see. And so I'm looking at everything I can, and there's just nothing, you know? I have this alternate angle, I'm looking at that, and then, wait a minute. Zoom in on that photo. Bring up the brightness of this photo a little bit, and my gosh, there's a U-Haul in the parking lot right outside of the store the night of November 14th, 2024. This
You don't say. Anyone surprised? Live in the now, Utah. Right. It's hilarious how confident he is that it's not there, but in Bam's own pictures, etc. Boom. Right. Boom. In the Karen Reed case, we have bang, bang. Motherfuckers.
This is something that Matt said he had seen footage of, and it couldn't be true.
And again, I believe I have seen footage from that night that shows clearly out into the parking lot, and there's no U-Haul.
After seeing this, I said, I really have to make a call. And that's when the story changed.
So last night, I talked with Matt McNeff. I brought up this question of the U-Haul. He told me emphatically there was no U-Haul. Y'all came to me this morning. You said, hey, we looked into it. There actually was a U-Haul there that night. Can you clear up what that's about?
So there's actually two different things that are going on here.
I so want Sammy to go over this. For those who don't know who she is, I don't belong here. She's a oh my god, she's got so many freaking letters after her name. But she's very good at breaking down liars and language and facial expressions and all sorts of things that go with lying. I so want Sammy to get her hands on this one because it's funny because I'm not even experienced with that kind of shit, and I can tell he's lying. He's a
Just to help you understand. So I don't know if you want this particular.
That's a buying time thing. Let me just help you understand while I fucking get my head around how I'm going to lie my way out of this. See, I don't even need Sammy. No, I do, because she will just catch all the micro expressions and all the other stuff that goes with it. So we'll get Sammy onto this one.
Really not on the record, but we do know of a disgruntled former employee that worked at another location that back on the 24th of October, there was a U-Haul that went to a storage unit in Salem for another previous franchisee, like for a different situation that we had just, gone through some things, and he had a previously, like, hey, I have some inventory that I didn't turn over that I was supposed to. It's at this storage location. You guys can come pick it up. And so Brandon was sent on that day to pick up with a U-Haul inventory that then he moved down, but that was October 24th.
So when we're talking about this ex-employee, you're saying they are conflating the October 24th event of the U-Haul coming up to Eugene with Legos with some time after November 14th,
clear it up
after
for
the
us.
store
Who's
takeover.
conflating what here?
Is that correct? Am I understanding that?
Yes.
So the conflation is not yours, huh?
Kind of a strange story. Corporate is saying there was a U-Haul at the Eugene store dropping off Lego, but that was from a different night, different collection. The CEO says Brandon showed up to Salem on October 24th for his secret shopper job with Crystal, and separately, he also was getting a different collection of Legos that also included Star Wars, and that's what he brought to the Eugene store, and the former employee is remembering. Then, weeks later, on November 14th, Brandon supposedly shows up again with a U-Haul, but the reason isn't for hauling Legos.
Brandon flew in to Eugene that night. At midnight. So flew from Utah on the 13th, but landed in Oregon on midnight of the 14th. Went and got a rental truck, and then went and stayed at a trailer that had.
There you go, guys. FOIA that shit. Somebody FOIA the U-Haul to find out when that truck was hired. I don't know what the rules are for getting information like that, because it's got the person who hired its private details on it. So you might get it, but it might be highly redacted from the actual person who hired it. But anyway, FOIA that shit.
Previously been moved up there in anticipation, meaning like a camper trailer, in anticipation of the potential hostile takeover previously.
Is that why he had a U-Haul? Is that the reason he had a U-Haul was for this camper, or what's going on with the?
Yes. So then what happens is he takes his rental vehicle truck, and he tries to connect the trailer, the camping trailer, to that truck, and it's not rated for that particular weight, and he realized, oh crap. He called around and found that U-Haul had a rating for.
Dude, stop it! The U-Haul truck can't tow a camper trailer. Get the fuck out of here. My truck, it's not a truck like a U-Haul truck. I just got like an 80 series Toyota, can tow a fucking trailer, a camper van. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This is all made up shit. So what type of, hang on, let me see if I can get to this. U-Haul trucks rigid towing capacity. Let's just have a quick squeeze at that. U-Haul says 6,000 to 10,000 pounds. So a 10-foot truck can tow up to 6,000. A 15-foot truck can tow up to 10,000. A 20-foot truck up to 10,000, and a 26-foot truck is less again. That doesn't make any sense. But anyway, from U-Haul itself, with a 6,000 pound tow capacity is their smallest truck. You can tow your boat or your personal vehicle or a motorcycle. 17-foot truck, sorry. BM is lowball, right. Oh my God, Dwight, I can't say that aloud, but it's funny as hell. U-Hauls have tow balls. I don't know, cousin. They're saying on the U-Haul site they do, and that you can tow stuff with it. So I'm pretty sure someone did get the timestamp for the U-Haul. I just can't remember exactly who. All right, we'll keep an eye out for the timestamp on the U-Haul. Him and Bro Pen, a store, didn't work, so they forced Daddy. Yeah, we're getting to that info. We're getting to that. That'll be next. You guys are so
one of their box trucks, and so he grabbed that, went and got it at 10 a.m. on the 14th, and so he then went and hooked that trailer up to the camping trailer to a U-Haul, drove that trailer down to another location where he could set up the camping trailer in Salem, dropped off the camper trailer, and then he arrived in a U-Haul to the Salem store, and then went in, said hi to Crystal, and then as she was leaving, the door shuts, and
so if that's the case, then the metadata of the photo will match the date that you're saying, right? And while we're on the subject of metadata, in the Karen Reed case, all the metadata stripped of fucking everything. What's the bet that BAM's own metadata is no longer attached to any of their photos? Anyone want to put money on it?
So he locks it, calls the locksmith, takes him a while to finish up the changing of the locks. Brandon at this point is pretty exhausted, so and he has an hour drive back to Eugene to drop off the rental truck. So he drops it off at midnight or 1 o'clock, something like that, grabs the rental truck, and then heads back up to the camper trailer in Salem, and then probably gets in at around 2 or 3 in the morning, spends a couple of gets a little bit of sleep before he has to head back to the store at 9 a.m. before the other employees get there. The timeline that is trying to be portrayed just makes absolutely zero sense.
Okay, so I asked, obviously, for documentation of all of this from Brandon, and here's what I got. First, the U-Haul contract on November 14th. This checks out what we already know. Then I got sent a photo.
Wait.
The last one Brandon took in the Salem store.
Wait. Go back. I want to look at it. Let's go back.
And here's what I got. First, the
Okay. Do we get a size of the U-Haul truck? Dispatched from DC, that's the equipment. Storage of Glenwood. That's the price. That's the rate. Fuel tank. We don't get much on what size truck he hired. Let's go.
U-Haul contract on November 14th. This checks out what we already know. Then I got sent a photo, the last one Brandon took in the Salem store, dated 9:44 p.m., where you can see what looks like the inside of a bird cage that the Gormans had. And lastly, I was sent a photo Brandon took of the mileage in the U-Haul as he dropped it back off at the rental place on November 15th, 12:41 a.m. Now, the time gap there is about 3 hours between the last photo in Salem to dropping the U-Haul off, which is a bit of a problem for our timeline.
Yeah, it took like 4 hours. I mean, I worked till like 11 o'clock, and I'm like, I gotta get up early for, my other job.
You moved 4 hours of Legos out of this truck.
Yeah.
Whether you're preparing for the cold and flu season or the self-care season.
No one cares. Self-care season. The no one cares
The U-Haul
season.
thing is, the timeline just doesn't fit, to be honest. If it took 4 hours to unload, you can't also drive to another city, load and unload and drop off the U-Haul in that time. But still, even if this is true, it's pretty weird. And it's one of the most bizarre stories I've ever heard, to have a U-Haul thing back to back. One of the times you're picking up Legos, the other time you're not, you're taking a camper. Nevertheless, without more proof, we kind of have to move on to another theory of how to find these missing Lego. This time, let's take the photographs that we have and reconstruct what was in the night on November 14th. Remember that.
Like, even without the photographs, have we not established that they took it in the U-Haul? Sure, that U-Haul didn't have time to stop at no rescue bird sanctuary anyways. There's so many holes in this story. Do we really need the photographs of what was in the store? This is a little bit laborious, but let's just go over. I guess we have to watch this part to get the figures that he's talking, so we understand, we can wrap our heads around how he came to what figures he came to.
That's the moment we lost the Lego. And this time, we're going to combine it with two more things. First, from corporate, I got the point of sale record, internal records of Brian's inventory of what was sold or not in order to pay him and keep track of prices. Now, before we piece things together, I need to address something. At the beginning of this story, you saw the social post saying this collection was worth $200,000. That's what everyone knows this story as, the $200,000 Lego collection.
Yes,
but sadly, that post was entirely wrong. In Crystal Gorman's inventory, which has a high and low estimate value of these various Lego items, the real estimated value is about $107,000. They give high estimates and low estimates, but that's right there in the middle. And for simplicity, I'll just be using...
Right there in the middle? I don't think so, Tim. Let's just look at my figures again. 107 is actually the low price, isn't it? Oops, wrong sheet. That was the low price. How did you come to the high price? The low price was 101. How did he get different figures? We have to figure this out. We have to figure out how the figures are different. But yeah, that's my records. Low figure of 101,000, high figure of 161,000. That's straight from the spreadsheets off of the map site. The, what's it called again? The BAM map site. So I don't know where he found those figures, but we'll see. We'll work it out eventually where he's coming up with those figures. But we'll sure continue and hear him out.
using averages and estimates here, but understand that, these numbers are not firm, given that they're unsold Legos. It's just rough possibilities. But the point is, it's worth nowhere near $200,000.
Yeah,
and
it
Reckless
is.
Ben, the one who made the original video covering this, said that surprised him.
Yeah, this entire time, literally every single person's been telling me there were $200,000. Like, that's how much, you could sell all these sets for.
My original assessment of about $200,000 was going up to his father's house and looking in 3 different rooms with all the sets. It was before I'd actually gone through and had set numbers and done an actual evaluation. I looked at it and went based on as things progressed and as I started to delve more into the actual inventory and evaluating it, that number changed. But we put out the press release well in advance of the event itself, so that press release went out before I had those full numbers. So we went, this is a nice even number that will
believe that is accurate at the high end. It was one of those things where when she was looking through and going,
Look, I'm in complete agreement. If you're going to do an advertising campaign, then you want to overvaluate it a little bit. I'm not really worried about people saying $200,000. I'm not worried about Ben saying it, because even on that front, he's making a documentary about missing Legos. It was sensationalism. It suited the story. In this sense, they wanted to advertise that this product was in the store. Then it made complete sense on a PR standpoint. And even Bricks and Minifigs themselves published it on their own posts that it was up to $200,000. So, you can stop worrying too much about that. But I don't agree with CoffeeZilla's high price end. That was what I see as the low price end. Don't know how he came to it.
It says this and it says this. You don't think even at the high end?
You haven't actually seen the spreadsheet.
No, I haven't.
You might want to cut that part out because he hasn't actually seen the inventory sheet.
Well,
the spreadsheet says about from between 85,000 to 120 something thousand. In the midpoint, about 107 or something like that.
Does it?
Of what was inventory. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this has been a really big point of.
So I think what he's done here is he's taken BAM's spreadsheet, perhaps, because that doesn't match the audit spreadsheet that I was looking at. So, or is he looking at what was left after the POS sales? I don't know. I didn't come up with the same figures. So this makes me think I need to take this 48-page document, which lists everything, and work out what the merge is on the different pieces and work out what the total number is. So I came up with total inventoried. That is not the stuff they haven't inventoried in the bags of minifigs. I came up with 1,673 sets, 73 pieces all up, and that includes individual minifigs and the sets. So I don't know whose figures he's using to do this calculation, but I will be cross-referencing that 48-page exhibit from court and trying to work out whose numbers are right. So
misinformation to clear up, because if we're ever going to find the missing Lego, we need to start with the right number, the right value. It's about $107,000. Now, between 2023 and 2024, the Gormans record sales of about $24,000 of Brian's collection in their inventory tracking list. And of those sales, Brian was entitled to about 65 to 70% of it. He was paid $17,000, which roughly tracks with that. Which means on November 14th, the big night, the remaining amount of Brian's collection that should have been in there is about $82,000.
let me get this figure on my spreadsheet. He was paid approximately $17,000. On the sold side, let me add a row here. Put paid. Oops, that's not right. Brian paid a little approximately 17,000. All right, just so I have that noted for future reference.
Dollars. Now, it doesn't take a genius to realize this is a very different number than corporate provided, who found only $2,000 to $5,000 of it linked to Brian. And later they said they only found $13,000 to $15,000 in total Lego Star Wars.
So you're talking maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
So that's corporate side of the story, but
yeah, but corporates changed this story. They said there was only $5,000, like $3,000 to $5,000 in the store. Now they're saying there's tops $15,000 in the store. This is the problem, CoffeeZilla.
I didn't want to take their word for it. So I went through Crystal's photos myself, which she shared with me, and hired people to go through and hand tag the Star Wars Legos that were in these photos. We looked through over 200 plus photos, multiple videos, and matched what we saw with Brian's collection. In the end, I ended up with about $21,000 of Legos matching Brian's collection that can be proven to be in the store on the night of November 14th. Now, to state the obvious, that's about 3 to 5 times what corporate estimated, at least on their press release.
Yeah, I'm not coming up with those figures either. And just to your point, Stan, we need to narrow this down, because 600 to 1,600 minifigs, a bit more something closer to the truth rather than a big range gap like that. But I am looking, I know a lot of people are talking about this, and I know eventually it will get filed in one of the court filings. So we'll keep an eye on it and make sure that we rebalance once we know, because we've got an average sort of low and high cost of the minifigs that were inventoried. We can just take that as an average, and once we know how many are actually in those bags, we can use that average and say this is the average cost and this is the approximate value. So once we know that number, though, I'm sure it will come up eventually, but once we've got it, we will zoom in on
these estimates. Maybe we picked up some Lego that matched Brian's collection but wasn't Brian's. But even though this is a bigger number than corporate said, I have to admit, even with pretty generous assumptions being made, there's still a huge gap of about $61,000 here that I just couldn't find. But then I learned Brian had made a special side deal with M&R Productions, who had recently purchased some Legos from him. And this is where it starts to get messy. So these are the pictures that M&R Productions sent me, looking at the Lego that Brian sold him. This was stuff reportedly in storage, and it's interesting because of an early inventory list, which had a column called location that Crystal used. And it listed a lot of the Star Wars items as being located in what they called storage. Now, previously I was told that all of the stuff in storage was put back in the store, but there's a bunch that's on this list that I can't find in the store that seem to appear in these pictures. Now, I've been assured, by the way, that most of these Legos were not part of the...
Okay, wait. The loose minifigs are expected at about 47,000. Well, you know what? That brings us to 200,000. And I keep saying I think 200,000 sounds like it's in the ballpark. But let's get more out of the filings, because like I said, I got 48 pages so far out of the filings. So and still even $1 is $1 too much of a steal. Exactly. I agree with that. Hey, Scotty McGuinness is in the house. Wait till you wrap your laughing gear around this frame job. Think Karen Reed's bad? I mean, they're both as bad as each other, really. But what we're doing here, Mr. McGuinness, just so you know, we are helping the BAM, showing them some of the tips we learned through the Karen Reed case and how we're trying to help her in her civil case and putting numbers together and helping her out that way. So we're kind of showing some of our tips to the Reckless Ben people here. I'm pretty sure they've already uncovered a lot of it themselves already, but we're just going through it step by step so that the Karen Reed folk are familiar with it, and then we can share some tips along the way.
Inventory spreadsheet. They were never given to Bricks and Minifigs. This is a separate part of the collection, but I did a check, and 100% of the items that match the Brian collection inventory just so happen to be listed with a location of storage. So this starts to make things incredibly fuzzy, and I'm inclined to believe that a lot of these are...
Okay, well, that just cleared everything up for me, because literally nothing that was submitted to the court in these documents that I'm looking at had anything listed in storage. I do not have a storage listed at all. What I do have is layaways, but only the layaways that were actually kept, that were actually sold in total. I didn't keep any of the layaways in my list as sold. So I counted them all, but I didn't count any of them as sold if they weren't literally sold on the POS system. So that's like my little cross check. So I'm just working out here that CoffeeZilla is using Bricks and Minifigs data, which I believe is way short of the mark. And then, of course, if they're going to claim that, you know, most of this stuff got stolen by Crystal, then of course it's got to be way short of the mark. So, but we will get to the bottom of it. We shall. Once I got it all spreadsheeted properly.
Are part of that same inventory list. Now, if we take that value of the side deal, that's about $10,000 to $20,000 that's not actually missing. Now, it was at this point I started looking more at the point of sales records. I realized maybe we could find some of this missing Lego there too. So this is from the Salem internal store records. Like, I guess this is what is entered when someone does a sale, and it's everything from September 2023 to November 2024 of Star Wars anything. And by the way, before we continue, yes, this was all a lot of work. If you want to, please support us on Patreon. That's how this show gets made. But anyways, according to those records, about 50...
Okay, wait. Is a Colin and Bubba his guys? Did his guys... I would like to know if that's where I got my data from.
$51,000 in sales went through during this time period in a way that matched Brian Mansell's collection. Now,
51,000 went through in sales, in POS sales, and I have 61,000 in POS sales. Maybe something was updated in the meantime. I don't know, but I have 60. I'm $10,000 ahead here, buddy. So I'd like to know who these people are that did this set of spreadsheets. Anybody know? Fill me in if you do. Who's Colin and Bubba that did the independent reconciliation? Question.
that really worried me because Crystal's inventory list showed only $24,000 in sales for Brian, and Brian was only paid for that amount. But suddenly, I remembered back to a time when I spoke to Crystal, and I asked how much was sold prior to the takeover.
Which is something similar from what you told me, Crystal.
Yeah.
You told me, hey, it was about 50-something thousand.
Yeah.
But Brian was only paid 17,000.
Okay.
And it should have been about double that. And I'm just trying to make sense of that, given that everyone's accusing each other of theft right now.
So, according to my calculations, Brian should have been paid $40,000. So he's $20,000, $23,000 down, which they agreed it was something along those lines, didn't they? I think that was when that's what everyone wants to know, as we all seem to have the same questions. Cool. Good stuff. Well, we'll clear it all up because I will grab this 48-page freaking document that was filed in court and we'll clear it up.
I mean, without seeing any of those records, without seeing those individual tickets, I can't answer that any better.
Okay, this is kind of a problem. The math ain't math in here. 65 to 70% of 50,000 is almost double what we believe Brian was paid. And digging into the details, it turns out a lot of these sales come from what Crystal's spreadsheet actually categorizes as layaways, meaning they were marked as having been sold, but layaways are when someone puts a down payment on an item and later pays it off. But the problem layaway, and that felt a little strange to me. And because of that, I asked Josh Johnson, the incoming owner, and he responded, quote, there were 2 to 3 items on layaway when they took over.
Get the hell out of here.
So on the list of that, on the inventory list, do you know about how many
Look, there's obviously 2 different lists here, all right? This Crystal's list, who was actually in charge of the layaways and the sales and whatever, and then there's their list. So it is confusing, Alden. It is confusing. We're gonna have to get to the bottom of it. What I would like to just point out here is that it's difficult to say whether Crystal's list is going to be more accurate than Bam's because she was cut off from her POS system. So I don't even know that hers is going to be accurate. But I do agree with Colin and Bubba when they merged it all together to try and figure out which parts matched. I just don't understand the way they spreadsheeted that. I'll show you what I mean. Let me show you what I mean. Doobie-doobie-doobie-doob. There was some, hang on, it wasn't that one. It was this one. Let me share this screen. I'll show you what I mean. There were some things that I'm not sure what they were noting or why they were noting it. So this record right here, it is for a Jedi starfighter with a hyperdrive. All right, it sold for $450. It's in the POS. That's what these red columns mean. It was in the POS for $450 when it sold, 23rd of the night, so before Crystal left the store. But then you look over here, and there's a December 2023, which is after Crystal's left the store, a different time, and a $349. I'm not sure what this is. They say it's layaway payments. So a payment was made and then, but it's backwards. Like if this was a part payment, then that would be the first date. And then they finalized it by buying the set for that last, $150 or $100. So there's some things I'm not entirely sure what they did here. Just trying to follow why they've got this extra stuff in here. See, this one's never marked as a layaway. So there's just weird stuff going on here. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but you're pretty late on case, but fair enough. Right. No, I don't think it's been pushed more by the lawyers to get ducks in a row for discovery, etc., but only time will tell. Right, time will tell. We'll get it sorted out eventually. Like I said, I haven't had a lot of time to go over the numbers and work out where the numbers have come from. So I'm still going through the federal filings. I mean, you guys got to see what, look, let me show you. Where is it? Somewhere here. Check this out. This is all of the stuff that everyone's been researching on that map website. Look at it all. There's a lot of fucking shit here to go through. There is a lot. So, yeah, give me time. Give me time. Anyway, back to the video.
I haven't gone through and done a count, but I know it was vastly more than 2 to 3.
It was about 98.
That makes sense.
Look here. This isn't just an ordinary denture, but the globally popular flexible smart.
Stop. We don't care. All right.
$15,000 to $25,000 worth of sets on layaway.
Okay.
That's just the part that's surprising. That's the part that I can't get my head around. I go, how could, let me just be really honest. I don't believe there was that much layaway. I don't know. I don't know how that's possible. How could there be that much layaway? I don't know. It's like I don't believe, because I was talking to some people about bricks and minifigs. They go, yeah, there's some layaway. There's not that much layaway. I talked to people who were neutral, kind of on corporate side, but also people who were just normal bricks and minifigs people. They say there's not that much layaway. Help me understand why there's $20,000 worth of layaway here.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely, if you talk to other bricks and minifigs locations, layaway is extremely rare. I think outside of the Brian's collection,
Okay, good. I'm not crazy here. So then why was there so much layaway there?
No.
Because it's the biggest Star Wars collection in the world. Hello. Everyone wants to get their hands on the retro sets. It's not that hard to work out, CopyZilla. What did Lozzie say? I feel like legally none of this matters for Brian or Ben. No, I don't think any of this matters. I think what was a crime, stealing Brian Mansell's sets, and the civil dispute that Bam and Crystal has. This is part of the obfuscation. So we're just trying to separate the two here and just work out which is which. So, but Crystal is the one who, is answering to what she did sell of Brian's stuff and what agreement her and Brian reached that, that is not a dispute. It's not a dispute between her and Brian. There is no dispute. The dispute comes back to who stole the shit. And then everything else is, civil. So anyway, moving on.
Absolutely not. Outside of Brian's collection, I think at the time we maybe had 2 used sets on layaway outside of his collection. Okay. It was not a common thing traditionally. I don't know that we'd ever done layaway before the collection came in. With Brian's collection, it was a little bit different because so much of this collection were new in box, all in one place, reasonably priced, and a lot of the harder to find.
For those who aren't familiar, collectibles new in the box are actually worth a whole lot more than used, like if their boxes have been open, which is why you see a lot of YouTubers with their collection behind them still in the boxes, because they know it's worth more that way. So most of his collection was new in the box. Some of his minifigs weren't, so.
Items. And so customers would come in and put, I'm going to guess, probably half of those layaway items were not going to be sold to the person who took them on layaway, because we had several that would put them on layaway and then change their mind. So this was something like, somebody would come in and want 10 different sets but only be able to buy 1. Can I put the rest of those on layaway so you don't sell them? I'll pay $10 to put these sets on layaway. Traditionally with layaway, we would ask for 10% down. They'd have 30 days to make their next payment, or we'd refund the layaway amount and then put it back on the shelf. Because this collection was.
Sorry, I gotta laugh at this comment because it's true. Then they all got the cops involved, and then Bam just fully Barbara Streisand, which we are now calling Afro Man, effect to the dark side of the moon. That's exactly what happened. They did this to themselves, and now they're trying to obfuscate it by covering up their crime with, but this is
and I wanted to give these people the opportunity to, to get these sets. We were a lot more generous with how long and the amount of payments that people could make towards the layaway. So a lot of these, we had several of them. I think one of the Ewok villages, we put on layaway 4 different times, and then it came off of layaway and back on layaway and then off and then sold.
Can I just say that's not a very good layaway system? Like, I don't know how it works in America, but over here in Australia, you put something on layaway, you are contracted. You are going to pay that sucker. You are not going to go, oh yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have done that. You are not getting out of it. You have to pay it. So I would just say that's probably a loose standard. But she was running her own store. It wasn't like, you know, Woolworths or Big W or whatever the big brand stores are that do layaways. You're contracted. Once you say, I'm going to buy it, that's it. You're done. You are not getting it out of layaway and you're not getting out of the contract. So
a lot of these would have gone on and off of layaway and then back out on the shelf, just depending on the person who was putting it on layaway. That was completely unique to this collection.
So look, I'll be honest, I don't trust Josh Johnson, but something is weird here.
So a lot of these are, see, like, look at this. Like, so like it says POS final sale price, but it's listed as a layaway, but it's sold for $5.99.
Yeah.
Because it matches with the store sale price.
Okay.
So were they on layaway? Were they accidentally marked layaway on the spreadsheet? What's going on there?
I mean, without seeing the actual sales ticket and seeing what else, like what items were sold together, what else was sold with it, I can't actually see the sales ticket. We had several layaway items in which customers were putting multiple things on layaway, paying for most of one item, and then, or they were buying, 8 different things together and then putting all of them on layaway and making payments on multiple items at the same time. Our Ewok Village was one of those cases. At some point he had, I think, like 8 or 9 different items on layaway. So they'd come in and make a payment for a bulk payment. I've got 800 things on layaway. I'm going to make $100 on my payment. One customer in particular would do that, and then when he'd gotten up high enough to pay for one set, we'd pull that set out, mark it as sold. So without seeing the actual tickets and my layaway records, I cannot answer a question any clearer than that.
Interesting.
In this POS data, I also found about $10,000 in sales that match Brian's collection that were not marked as sold under this inventory spreadsheet.
Some of our things that were not found were explained by the POS system because they were found in the POS system as being sold. So like they weren't marked on the spreadsheet, but they were marked as sold via the POS system. And this is about $10,000 worth of Lego that basically were matched.
See, and I don't know. Take anything happening from, sorry, I'm trying to do math here. I don't know without being able to see all of the records. There is a possibility that the consignments were ended when I wasn't at work and I just didn't go through and pull them up. They didn't.
See, the fact that she's been cut off from a POS data is half the issue here. And she can't verify because she doesn't have access to it. And I'm going to say when I go through and audit the records, I'm going to be looking at Josh and whatever the other guy's name is, flew out of my head, pre them taking over the store, and then after them taking over the store. I'm going to be separating the two because I literally do not trust their data. I have more reason to trust Crystal's data right now. And I say that because right now, Brian has no issue with her. So whilst he doesn't have any issue with her or what she was doing, I don't have any issue with her. I fully got her back. So at this point in time, it's really difficult to work out which is which, but I will be breaking it up so that we know what the claims are. We will call BAM's claims, and then we'll call, the period that Crystal was in charge of the store, we will call those actually settled, not claims. Those are settled. So we'll be splitting this up a little bit differently the way CopyZilla did. So
get put in the consignment ticket. I hadn't gone through those consignments in a couple of months. I hadn't gone through the inventory in the back room in a couple of months. So it is entirely possible there were sales that were finished that I never clocked as being finished. I don't know that without going through and actually seeing it.
But you're saying it's possible stuff was sold, not updated on this inventory list.
It's entirely possible that stuff did not get updated on my spreadsheet. I'm not going to sit here and claim it's not possible. It's possible I missed things.
So where does this leave us? I know some people are jumping to conclusions here, but I must remind you that on the night of November 14th, 2024, Crystal Gorman was concerned about Brian getting paid or not getting paid.
He has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
Okay. So Crystal, ultimately, that's a business thing and not necessarily yours. Brandon will take, he's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
So he's saying that you don't need to worry about it. Off you go. Get out of the store. But it's important for us to understand that right back from the day that she was being asked to leave the store or we're calling the cops, she said then, I need the tickets so I can balance it properly. So anyone saying she wasn't trying to do the books properly can see she hasn't changed that story. Right up till today, she's still saying, I needed the tickets to be able to balance this properly. So it's going to start raining. So you're going to be hearing pitter patter on my roof shortly.
So obviously one could see that and say she was intending to reconcile with Brian. Maybe she hadn't gotten around to it. And of course, corporate will probably take a more cynical view of what she's doing by printing these receipts. But the point is, regardless of whose side you're on, I think we can all agree there's a lot of weird stuff here on all sides. Abnormal stuff. Sure, maybe you can chalk some of this up to bad record keeping between the U-Haul, the layaways, the $20,000 in Lego sets that corporate called $2,000 to $5,000 that was there that night, the off-book deals. But even if we can't fully know 100%, what these weird things were about, I think they tell a story of what actually happened to Brian's collection. In a way, multiple people, I think, are kind of right, kind of wrong. The Gormans were correct that more of that collection was there that night of the takeover than previously thought. But corporate also alleged that some of it was offsite, and that appears to be partly true, although some of that is disputed, and it looks like, way more of the collection was sold and layawayed than Brian was paid for. But all in all, there's a lot less missing than many people think, especially if your starting number is $200,000. I estimated, and I must emphasize, estimated with bad records, that there's only about $10,000 to $20,000 in Lego that isn't explained by one of these sources. This isn't to say Brian's been fully compensated. Much of this Brian wasn't paid for that I know of. So I estimate he's still out about $50,000 to $83,000 for Lego he wasn't compensated for. And I think honestly that's something that Bricks and Minifigs obviously should handle and make right, regardless of what a franchisee does, the new one, the old one, the company behind it must stand behind their product, their service, and I can't imagine a better example of a company doing the opposite. Unfortunately, Bricks and Minifigs has chosen to deflect and dodge responsibility at most opportunities and created a really awful customer experience that has snowballed into this crazy series of events.
Oh shit, I was muted that whole fucking time. Sorry. I just rambled on for a good minute or so, and you have no idea what I said. So to Stan, Byron Bay, Nimbin area, those mountains, that's where I live. And no, Starlink didn't kidnap me, Mama Earth. I'm sorry. I forgot I had the fucking mute button on. Which I often do. I'm sorry. I've been so good lately not doing that, and I went and did it again. So anyway, in the chat, I just posted the link. You can watch the rest of CoffeeZilla's video. I actually muted so you can't hear the pitter-patter on my roof. So it was kind of brief. It pitter-pattered for very briefly and then went away. So I'm actually pretty good. But we do often have heavy cloud cover does block my satellite connection sometimes. So just heads up for those who are new to the channel. I do sometimes get kidnapped by the Starlink. So where are we at? Who's next? So Ben's I haven't got a Patreon subscription for Ben's channel yet because I'm trying to buy shit for a house build. So I'm trying to keep my subscriptions really low at the moment so I can continue building my house. So at this point in time, we're just going to have to wait for it to hit the tubes. If it doesn't hit the tubes, then I will pay for a month just to get my hands on it. So one way or the other, we'll keep an eye on it. But let's go. Who's next on the list? Where are we? Okay, I covered. And I got Crystal's channel. Although Ben Gorman actually has a channel too, and I literally have not found his channel. Ben Gorman. Let me see if I can find his channel because he talks about a lot of this stuff. As well. And there was a lot of great suggestions in the comments on the last live stream. We'll get to all of this eventually. Well, actually, here's one. I got Ben Gorman's channel here, but here's one I think we should talk about. It's going to be another tab. Let me find it. This was just on the news today. Oh, on this channel, talking about it as news. Where the hell are they? Basecamp Network. Shit. I should have had Echo Base Network. Here we go. The post that disappeared. How much of that is there? 13 minutes? Yeah, we can go through that. Corporate, Bricks and Minifigs corporate has a much bigger problem. Churning the stores. We will get to that topic. But this I thought was interesting news for today. Let's get that up. Let's share this. Shh. We gotta let these guys have their ad revenue since we're gonna. Oh, hang on. I shared the tab, but I didn't move this over. Let's go again. All right. Let's have a listen to this because I think this is pretty important.
Minifig store in Sarasota, Florida made a public post yesterday admonishing Bricks and Minifigs corporate, calling them out, and publicly saying that Bricks and Minifigs corporate needs reform. This morning, that post has been removed. And on the flip side of the story, a Bricks and Minifigs franchise in Illinois had a rare Lego set come in. They posted it on their Facebook account promoting the sale. But then in the comments, they make fun of Brian Mansell and the whole controversy. That post sparked massive outrage, and now that post has also been removed. Today, we're giving you the full story. Hey, everybody. Happy Sunday. Welcome back to Echo Base Network. You got Coach and Nick. And
Okay, the full story. I'm not going to read your post out loud, Stan, but St. Kilda, huh? Interesting. I just do the drive-through at Nimbin. Well, I used to. I don't do that anymore. I also live a decade in Ireland. Nice. Yes, stamp of approval. Shit got wild. Sorry. All right. So this is just bricks and minifigs throwing their weight around, basically. And I just thought it was interesting that they're going after anyone and everyone. So we're kind of seeing this in the Karen Reid case. Anyone and everyone's being targeted by them as well. So this is not new. This is abusive patterns of behavior by people in power.
And we're looking at this controversy that just broke out. This thing is getting wild, man. So yesterday, this post was made, and it's been since deleted, and a person has re-uploaded it. He says, if you're looking for the post that was forcibly deleted from BAM Sarasota because of BAM Corporate, the silence through malicious tactics. So here's what the original post said. Let me make this a little bit bigger for everybody. An open letter to the Sarasota Lego community. Over the past several weeks, many of you have stopped by our store, called, emailed, and reached out online to share your thoughts about the ongoing situation involving Bricks and Minifigs Corporate. Many of you have asked, where do we stand? Others have asked, what are we actually doing about it? Those are fair questions, and we believe you deserve a direct answer. Our position is clear. We do not believe BAM franchising, their handling of this situation has met the level of transparency, accountability, or leadership that our customers, our staff, the broader LEGO community, or we as independent franchise owners expected.
Well, shock, horror. Is anybody surprised about that? I'm certainly not. And I would expect more stores to come forward, but how can they freely come forward and talk about it if BAM's going to make them take their posts down and not let them talk about it? It might be in their contract. I don't know. There's usually a, what is it called? Anti-disparagement clause in these NDAs and contracts and stuff. We'll find out.
Like every franchise owner, we operate under a legal franchise agreement. That means there are real limits to what we can do publicly and unilaterally without risking the livelihoods of our employees and our families. While many people understandably want us to just cut ties, the reality is that the franchise agreements don't work that way, but legal limitations are not an excuse for inaction. You asked us to do more than issue statements. You asked us to use whatever influence we have to push for meaningful change, and we heard you. That's why Bricks and Minifigs Sarasota has joined with other franchise owners through Independent Association of Bricks and Minifigs Franchisees, IABAMF, a recognized chapter of the American Association of Franchisees and Dealers. Together, we represent over 100 stores and counting across the franchise system. By organizing as a unified group, we have a stronger voice than any one store could have alone. We are actively advocating for greater transparency, stronger accountability, and meaningful reforms that better reflect the values of the LEGO community and the independent business owners who serve it every day. This isn't about protecting a brand, it's about protecting the trust that exists between local store owners and the communities we serve. Now, Nick, they go on in the post to basically say, thank you for your consideration in supporting us. If you no longer choose to support us because we are, in fact, a Bricks and Minifigs, we understand that. But please understand we disagree with what BAM Corporate did. And
fucking stupid mute button. Stop it. Okay. So essentially, they were forced to take that post down. I don't know what their agreement is with the franchisees, but I'm guessing they must have a non-disparagement clause or something like that. Generally, they will have, but I'll look into that just to find out what legal legs they stand on as far as stopping the stores from speaking out, or at least asking for reform. I don't believe that asking for reform is a disparagement, a form of disparagement. I believe there's probably some legal room there. Here's what I know about any clauses, whether you're talking an NDA or a non-disparagement clause, whatever. That doesn't cover crimes. You cannot contract someone to not report on your crimes. So there's that. If what was done was a crime, which we're guessing that's what we do next, which we're guessing this was, we know that it was a crime. And I'm going to show you how we know. I'm going to go to Bruce Rivers next and just play a little bit of his feedback. Bruce Rivers, criminal lawyer. Oh, I think I just clicked to Older Than Dirt, saying that I kept making the music from, I can't even remember what it was now. I just clicked that when I do that, when I sing that little do thing, that is actually Get Smart. That's what that little tune is that I'm humming. Videos. That one, right? That's what Old and Dirt was talking about yesterday. Yeah, let's mute that. Let's get a share screen up. Matlock. She thought I was humming Matlock yesterday. And I was actually humming Get Smart. Yes, Get Smart. Not always. Sometimes I'm just making noises so that you know I'm still here and not muted. But yeah, that's the music that goes in my head when I'm doing the whole, like, yeah, you thought it was Matlock. When I'm doing the search for something, yeah, I do the Get Smart, like the investigator sound. All right, so I'm going to just play through some of Bruce Rivers' because he points out some of the legal parts, like the separate. He recognizes the separation between the crime, stealing the Legos, and the civil dispute between the business, the franchisee and the franchisor. And he talks about, he sort of hits on it a couple of times, but we're not going to go through this whole hour and 45-minute video. We're just going to go through, I think, where Ben first starts telling the story and a little bit about the good faith effort. I think it's somewhere in this first, like, 10 to 15 minutes where Bruce talks about the difference between the two things. So I like the guy. He's appeared in some of my mashups on the channel because I like the guy. And it's good to have him back. He went off the air for a little while. So it's good to have him back, and I'm happy to give him a little plug for my audience and for anyone else who hasn't seen him yet. He's funny. He's funny. I like him, but he did point out the same two things that I've pointed out so far. So I wanted to get to those two things. So we can get past the intro. Come on, stop being silly. What?
The shit out of me. If I was dealing with Reckless Ben. Hey, Reckless Ben, don't come after me for anything, okay? Here, you want your money? Pay your money. You know? I just don't understand, if you've already had this admission that they have the Legos and they're going to return them, a lawsuit is, I mean, you get a court order where they're ordered to give them back. You know, it's called a replevin action. And you're going to have specific performance. And if you...
All right, let's start there. Replevin action. See, I couldn't remember these bloody legal terms. let's look this up. A replevin action is a legal procedure designed to physically cover personal property that has been wrongfully taken or unlawfully detained. Dun dun dun! This is from the Legal Information Institute. Let me get to it. Let me put it on the screen so you know what old mate's talking about here. Here we go. Wrongfully taken or unlawfully held by another. Rules governing replevin. It's funny because there's a dude in our community, in the Karen Reed community, called Plevin. It's not actually his name, but that's what we call him. So I'm finding this hilarious. Rules governing replevin vary by jurisdiction, but they are generally provided in state civil procedure statutes and in Rule 64 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Those are both civil. Creditors often use replevin to recover collateral when debtors default on secured loans. For example, a bank may bring a replevin action to repossess a borrower's car after missed payments. The term replevin also refers to the writ itself, the court order authorizing the return of property to its rightful owner. Well, there you go. Now I know what that means. And that's what Mr. Rivers was talking about. So interesting. Let's listen further.
He tries to appeal that. He has to put up a bond so you can cash in the bond if he doesn't perform. Why? And all they have to do is just give these fucking Legos back.
Exactly.
Give them back. Get some socks. How much you pay your franchisees anyway? I mean, not enough to get them socks and shoes? Or a pedicure? Get him a pedicure. Get Josh a pedicure. We should do a GoFundMe for Get Josh a Pedicure. Yeah, go to getjoshapedicure.com, according to Robert. No, one of your franchisees is f***ing off because they want to keep this $200,000 set of Legos. And it's so well documented that they have them. So, Ben, give me a call, Ben.
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer.
Who thinks Ben should call Bruce Rivers? One of the things I got to credit the guy for is, he goes hard for his clients. He is definitely one of those lawyers who will bat the whole hog for you. I like him for that reason. So let's move in.
Lawyer.com. Let's say that Gentle Ben would have, or Reckless Ben would have gone to ask Lawyer.com and said, hey, what do you think of this? You know what they would have said? Without hiring somebody super expensive back right away. Well, his GoFundMe now is up to over $400,000.
Yay.
Gee, then why would I do anything different? I'm making bank off this. But it's becoming less about the victim of the crime than it is, and more.
All right, not everything he says I agree with. Let's just add that also. But there are some things there that he did say I wanted to look up just to see what they mean and how they apply to this case. But I don't agree that $400,000, that was weeks ago. I'm sure it's way over that now. That was, let me look at the date of this. When was this? That was a month ago. I'm pretty sure we're well over the $400,000 mark now. And that is not, he is profiting from this at all. This is now this civil suit. Well, first of all, it was let's make it right for Brian, which obviously the public thought that was a great idea. Let's make it right for Brian, but also to cover his legal costs, because now there's this whole fucking RICO case. So I have a difference of opinion here for as far as, because Brian is included on the RICO case. So I did notice Ben changed some of the wording of that GoFundMe so that it's not naming specifically Bricks and Minifigs. That all the monies goes to Brian, and how Brian distributes that cash once he's got it is up to him. So, you know what? You can't do that in here, Scott. Please. Nobody's talking about that topic. It has nothing to do with this. So we didn't have a falling out. I just don't fucking care. And I don't care to have it all in my chat. So can we just not talk about it in my chat, please? You can have those opinions, and I am not holding it against you. But I would prefer that you didn't put it in my chat. So let's move on. Mr. Rivers.
More about Ben. So the title of this one is this is like 41 minutes. So you've got time to make a big bowl of popcorn and get your fuzzy slippers on, get your your snooty white wine, because I know you're all snooty white wine drinkers, aren't you? And your fuzzy slippers. I don't know why I'm just saying that.
I don't know why you're saying that either. I don't drink and I don't do drugs, so not me. The civil rights lawyer does help Ben, yes. Well, I actually thought he was helping one of Ben's crew, but he might be helping Ben as well. This might hit both Dread style. Okay, you guys are speaking gibberish now. Get your typo spell checkers in order over there so I can read your posts.
I just think it's funny. And it's about 40 minutes. So buckle in. And here we go. And the opening salvo here is executing a search warrant with, and I haven't seen this. This is a cold reaction, but they've got guns drawn, and we live in such a fucking gotcha culture. It's just crazy. So here we go.
I totally agree with you. Stamp of approved. A lot of lawyers were like, oh, he hasn't got a lawyer. Well, how do you know he hasn't got a lawyer? Brian certainly had a lawyer way back, and yeah, so on. But I mean, Ben didn't help himself because he did put a post out there saying, I shouldn't need a lawyer, which I kind of agree with too. The little guy shouldn't need to spend tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars, but that's the American legal system. I don't know that it's any different in Australia, to be honest, but you can certainly get away with a lot cheaper in Australia than you can in America.
Search warrant. Step outside, everybody. Look at this. Search warrant. I mean, I'm tactical. I got my tactical firearm, got my tactical belt on, and I got my tactical vest on, and I'm just being tactical. Fucking, but whenever they execute a felony warrant, they come in guns a-blazing.
Don't move. This is the story of how I got swatted, all because of Legos. The whole thing started with me investigating a Lego company.
But nobody wants to see your little V. Your V. You want to see the V? Fuck.
So I personally gave them an official closing ceremony, and it went extremely viral. And now the entire world has seen how corrupt this Bricks and Minifigs company is.
We didn't get the Legos back, but I mean, we shut down an entire business.
We still gotta get the Legos back. Yeah, I made a promise to this family that I was not gonna stop on my journey
to.
Instead of telling you about how amazing Toonby really is.
Fuck off, Bob. Hang on. Wait, this is going to be a long ad. I just wanted to get to the legal parts of Bruce's commentary.
And get at somebody personally for something that would be a normal business, corporate business.
But right after I filed this court.
So that brings up a good point. So if there's a business, is there a way to pierce the corporate veil and get at somebody personally for something that would be a normal business transaction within the confines of a corporation? And there is, but you have to basically show that the corporation is just a mere shell and that, really it's your alter ego and not a legitimate entity. And so let's see what he does, suing them individually.
Court case, it got rejected. And the reason was I failed to demonstrate a good faith effort.
I have to at least attempt to settle with Josh outside of.
I've never heard of such a thing, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm gonna fucking sue you and see you later. I mean, I've never heard of such a thing.
court first.
I'm getting the feeling he doesn't practice in the same state, so maybe he hasn't heard of such a thing, but we saw it, Ben's own video, that's what the website said. So I do think that he may have took some things like far too literally, but that's part of the fun of making the video, right? Otherwise, what do you have for content? You got to make it fun, and I feel that he did. So that was the main things I wanted to point out with Bruce. Let me get his thingo for anyone who wanted to continue watching because they like his sense of humor and other things he had to say. Thank you, Rose. He doesn't practice in the same state. Now, that was the main thing I wanted to point out here. I thought replevin was actually a criminal, solution to the problem, but it's not. It's civil, so I stand corrected there. But at least we learned something new today, which, I'm up for learning new shit as we go along. There's Bruce's video for you guys to go watch it. Now, let me get... A lot of lawyers can't grasp the satire. On top of the satire, there's also the what's the fun content. So, and that was something I felt Bruce did get it towards the end, like probably about halfway through, he starts getting it. Yeah, okay, this is content. I get it. But like right at the start, for the first at least 30 minutes to 40 minutes, he's like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this the hard way, the long way? But he didn't. He did finally recognize towards the end that, yeah, it's content. That's why, because it got eyes on the job. All right, we're getting to civil rights lawyer. Let me just quickly flip now to BJ. I got some in my history. BJ's. Let me just look up my history here. Some BJ stuff in my history. So what I wanted to do was, hang on, BJ. You guys might be able to get it quicker. Find me the link for BJ talking about the LLC, the LLC stuff. BJC, BAM, LLC. Let's do that. It was on the BJC live show, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Okay, lifting the veil on BAM. That was 3 weeks ago. That's to do with the lawsuit with Dad. Legally Mine, McNeff lawsuit saga, I think, is probably going to be closer, but it's a 4-hour stream. Fuck me. Hang on, BJ. We can't do a 4-hour stream, love. Let me just see what she's cut down into shorts for us here. A new low 6 days ago. Let's go back 3 weeks ago. The intervener, call it lying again. The new court docs. Josh Johnson, not a law partner. Bricks and Minifigs CEO sued Eamon McNeff. Save Your Company, let's do that one. I think that's the one where she gets into the LLC with the dad. Shh. Stop with the ads already. All right. Let's do that one next. I think this is the one where she talks about Bricks and Minifigs is losing their social media war and no courtroom win can fix that. In this commentary, BJ breaks down the free PR strategy I give Bricks and Minifigs to rebuild the public trust, protect their franchise owners, and de-escalate. Okay, that wasn't the one. Hang on. The trespassing claim, the door knock argument, the final verdict, the path to turn it all around. No, that wasn't the video I was after. Let me go again. Reckless Ben gag order update with court docs. And Ben's anti-slap. All right, let's do... Give me some direction, guys. What's a good BJ one to watch? Work is hundreds of hours to get this map web. Give me a good BJ one to look up, because I'm a little lost, because I haven't watched them all in order, but I'm trying to stick to an order here so that we're educating people on the I guess the gag order will be the next one, so people understand how stuff started falling apart. Let's go with the gag order next one. Can you go check what side is the weather running? Here, direction. The weather running? You need to turn on your spell checker. Check BAM map updates page. Yeah, BAM map is like hardcore. Like, I could be here for a week reading the BAM map. I think we'll just do the gag order first. Just it's a quick video on the gag order, just for those who are still catching up to where we are at. Share this tab. They just dropped more information. Where did they drop it? Hang on. The collection that vanished, the takeover, the night store changed hands. The night the store changed hands, the collection that wasn't theirs to take. And what BAM did next. I'm on the wrong page, obviously. What did they just drop? A son consigned his father's life savings. Verify, explore, read the story. The takedown and the record. I'm looking. More from the record is the last entry on the map website. It's a 17-minute read. One engine, many targets. Is that what it is? More from the record on the map website. On the updates page, exclamation in the corner. Have a look, take a peek. I'm trying. Right, let me share the page. And we'll search it all together. All together now. In the updates corner, what's new? So the franchisor terminated you and took the store. 5 tools Utah law still gives a franchisee. That is July 4th, July 5th. What's new every update? July 3rd, July 2nd. What update are you talking about? You can see the updates. Yeah, I found the updates marker. And point the exclamation. I'm looking at it. Oh, you guys aren't even looking at what I'm looking at. Sorry. There's a lot of fucking information here, and it's like a lot of reading I got to do to catch up. You know, each one is only like a 15-minute read, a 17-minute read. That's fine, but when you add them all up, I'm going to be here for freaking days. So this looks like the last update was on the 4th of July. The two most recent ones are the most interesting. So this one that we're looking at is the franchisor terminated you and took the store. 5 tools Utah law still gives a franchisee. And then the enterprise. To open the whole article, click on the title. Yeah, but which title am I clicking on? You want to read this franchise? The franchisee has tools under Utah law. You want to read that one? Let's have a look. It's the latest one. So, because it's the 5th there. I'm a dickhead. I'm in Australia, so it's the 6th here. So I got you now. It's the 5th is the latest update. All right. A terminated franchisee has more law on their side than the franchise agreement was drafted to suggest. Utah law, the law many franchise agreements select, no matter where the store sits, gives an owner 5 tools. A doctrine that unwinds a termination built on defaults the franchisor itself caused. Defenses that collapse a purchase money note when the seller and the lender are the same company. A fraud claim whose clock starts the day the lie is discovered rather than the day the papers were signed. A hard limit on who an arbitration clause can actually reach. And a pattern statute that doubles the damages when the same scheme has run 3 times. Each tool is set out below with the controlling authority named, so any franchise lawyer can verify all of it before the first consultation is over. This general information about the law, this is specific to no franchisor and no case. It is not legal advice, and applying any of it takes counsel. Don't do this at home, folks. Tool 1, the prevention doctrine, when the defaults were manufactured. The most common shape of a franchise takedown is a manufactured default. The franchisor controls some piece of operating machinery. The store cannot run without a bank account it was supposed to transfer, a lease it was supposed to assign, a payment system only it administers, and then that piece is never delivered. Payment, that's where it falls squarely in there. Payments start failing, the failures get logged as the franchisee's defaults, and the defaults justify the termination justifies taking the store. Well, that seems to be all in Crystal's civil favor, correct? Yes, interesting. But still skips over the stealing part. This is civil. We need to stick to the stealing part. We need to stick to the criminal part. The criminal part where the stealing happened. Which is why I was on Bruce's. I forgot. That's why I was on Bruce Rivers, because he basically said, no, they stole the merch. So that was wrong from the beginning. I mean, that was why I was on Bruce's track to begin with. So, but this is Crystal's civil side, like her dispute with them, which it looks like she's got some avenues that she can take according to this with the multiple tools they list here. Let me just now find. See, I don't even know that BJ covers the. Oh man, she has such a rave. She has like a 40-minute or 50-minute rave at Chris Cuomo when he interviewed Ben. That was pretty funny. The warrant from hell. Lucas Ben's SWAT raid warrant from hell. See, I want to get into that stuff, but I want to do a shorter video. I don't want to do hours. Bricks and Mini Pigs CEO sued and McNeff. Let's get into, I know. On one of these videos, she actually gets into the LLC side of it. So last stream we talked about Ben accidentally sued the wrong company, and everyone come down on Ben. There's also an article about BJC's takedown. Yep. Check out the enterprise entry. I want to get away from, this is the ruse, okay? The ruse is all this civil stuff. That's the ruse. There's actually the we stole shit, which is the central issue here right now, which I wanted to focus on before we get into all of the side stuff. So there's also an article about BJC's takedown. It discusses the LLCs. Okie-dokie. Let's get into the LLCs. For 2 years, this lived as 4 separate troubles in 4 separate places. A franchise dispute, a bank loan, a diverted check, a lawsuit against a critic. West stealing. Kept apart, each looked survivable. Yeah, but what about the stealing? And that separates it, and that separateness is the reason the pattern held. Assembled here for the first time, they are one association, in fact, enterprise, running one pattern against 4 sets of victims. The franchisee sold a franchise disclosure document whose item 3 litigation history is false across cohorts. The lender and the SBA on a $1,393 million PPP loan certified free of delinquent federal debt, while a live IRS levy sat across the whole application. The proceeds moved through a concealed alter bank account, and the journalist silenced by an ex parte takedown order. The enterprise's own verified complaint ties to protecting its franchise sales revenue. The through line is the enterprise's own recorded words and its own filings. The criminal charges are unadjudicated, and everyone named is presumed innocent. The one record that would move the money count from the pleadable to provable is the Altabank use of proceeds ledger for that loan. Interesting. It's still avoiding the theft part. The receivable lenders hid behind a filing agent. The whole stack came off in one 2026 window, the same month the brand moved to a new shell. Yes, this is how Ben accidentally sued the wrong company. So we'll go and have a look at this one. A channel's biggest stream vanishes mid-broadcast. What flagged it was a public record, the filing that ties legally mined to BAM's stock. Oh. This is off of BJC's live show. This is where she goes through it all. This is probably the quickest way to do it rather than listening to a 4-hour live stream. By its own account, it was the channel's biggest broadcast. BJC live show says roughly 150 viewers gifted memberships and more than 1,000 people were watching live when the stream went dark, not paused, removed in the middle of the broadcast and demonetized. When the channel went looking for what it had done wrong, YouTube pointed to a single frame. Not the police records it had spent the night walking through, a financial statement, a public one, and not just any public record, the single document that ties the asset protection company at the center of this matter to the franchise's own stock. The channel first told its followers the stream came down for exposing false statements made to police. Later the same day, on a new broadcast reviewing the underlying records, it corrected itself. This is BJC they're talking about. It had opened YouTube's own back-end notice, and the flagged content was not the police coverage at all. It was a UCC1 financing statement, a record that is public by law, that the report had recast as non-public personally identifiable information, PII. We have a lot of that in the Karen Reid case. This site has not obtained the report or the strike notice. Well, what it can do is identify the document because it holds a copy. The record that was flagged as a keystone in this matter. Yes, please. Sorry, I was yes pleasing to my son on the way out the door. He's going to the store. On August 10, 2020, a Utah UCC1 recorded a pledge. Legally Mine LLC, the asset protection firm that sells its services to doctors, put up 450,000 shares of BAM Franchising, Inc. common stock as collateral to two secured parties, David Ortiz and John Mazek. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but that'll do. I'm an Australian, sue me. John Mazek is a former BAM owner who seller financed Dan McNeff's 2018 purchase of the company. That single file was one of the few public instruments that wields the two halves of this enterprise. Oh, well, sorry. The asset, I'm sorry, I'm not doing a very good job at reading this, am I? I'm totally distracted on the side here. The asset protection company and the franchise company together at the level of equity. And this investigation holds it on its own, independent of the channel. A UCC1 exists to be seen. Yeah, it's a public document. Build a bridge. Its entire statutory purpose is to put the public and the future lenders on notice that a piece of collateral is already claimed. A report that calls the contents of that filing non-public information describes the document as the reverse of what it is. Of every frame in a multi-hour broadcast, the one the removal reach was this one. And that is a fact about what was taken offline. It is not by itself evidence of who sought the removal or why, but this site does not treat it as one. What follows is what the record supports and where it stops. Well, I'm pretty sure BJ actually did say who and where, because so when you strike a video like that, the video owner actually gets the details at their end, who it was at strike, what email address it's linked to, blah blah blah. So wait, read the whole update of the RICO. We'll get to the whole update of the RICO. We don't forget LLC. We'll get there, guys. I'm struggling to read this little writing. I think I'm going to have to do a zoom in on this because it's wee for my eyes, my poor old eyes. Okay, what kind of removal was this? Channel's description points to specific track inside YouTube system, a community guidelines action for harassment and bullying. Dun dun dun! Acting like the victims. So this is kind of what's going on in the Karen Reid crowd, right? The people inside that house where John O'Keefe was last seen alive are acting like the victims. Every chance they can get, they're acting like the victims. And now we got the same pattern happening over here. Oh yes, they're the victims of harassment and bullying. Triggered by a user report, not a copyright claim. The distinction decides which remedy exists. Copyright strike, followed on a claimed valid notice from a rights holder, can be answered with a SWORD counter notification under 17 U.S.C. section 512G, which forces restoration within 10 to 14 business days unless a claimant sues. A community guidelines action, the kind described here, is reviewed only through YouTube's in-app appeal, exactly the process the channel says it is using. And that's what BJ did report she was using. The two tracks never cross. A counter notice does nothing against a harassment removal, and an appeal does nothing against a copyright claim. This is true. What the law reaches and what it plainly does not. The one fact, harassment and privacy rather than copyright, closes a federal door before it opens. Interesting. 17 U.S.C. Section 512F punishes anyone who knowingly materially misrepresents that material is infringing in a takedown notice. It is copyright only, built for the DCMCA regime, and it does not reach a community guidelines report, no matter how false the report is. If the stream came down on a harassment and privacy flag, as the notice says, Section 512F is not the tool. 47C is the second statute. It cuts the other away from what a reader might expect. It shields YouTube for the removal itself, so the platform is not a target. But the Section 230 protects the platform, not the person who filed the report. Someone who submits a report is not republishing another's content. They are making their own statement that the flagged material violates a specific policy. And Section 230F3 treats that statement as a reporter's own. The immunity that protects YouTube from a lawsuit over the takedown is not a shield for whoever triggered it. What a false report would expose the reporter to. If the report was knowingly false and testing that is exactly what an appeal is for, Utah tort law reaches the person who filed it. The Utah Supreme Court's test from Eldridge versus John Doe, 2015, Utah 21-345, blah, 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 requires one, intentional interference with an economic relationship. Yes. This is what we call coitus interference. For those who are not familiar, in the Karen Reed case, there is a dude called Turtle Boy who is actually Ben's counterpart in that case. And we call it coitus interference. Yes, I have coffee actually. So I was interested in what was going on in BJ's side of things because I hadn't been keeping up. I am so deep in the data on the Karen Reed case, and I just started deep diving the data in the Reckless Ben case. So having time to, do all this stuff around the outside, there's only one of me, man. But I do have coffee. Yes, I know it's pronounced tortious, but we're making a joke. It's coitus interference when it comes to Turtle Boy. Get it? He's a coitus. All right, sidetrack. Let me find this for you, just to catch you up. Plevin. His name is actually Kevin, not Replevin, but I think it's funny. Is a person in the Karen Reed case who has been batting against Karen Reed like from early days. He used to believe she was innocent, and somehow he got popularity being on the house defendant's side, the people who were in the house that last saw John O'Keefe alive. For some reason, he switched sides, and that's who Plevin is, okay? And I think it comes from not Replevin. It comes from a dude named Will. That's what he calls Kevin, Plevin, right? So there's that one. Let me find Turtle Boy statue in which county is it? In Worcester. See, I don't know how to speak freaking Massachusettsian. All right. Coitus interference. I'm just trying to find the best picture to show you. There's a whole bunch of pictures here, but I mean, Here you go. This is probably the best picture. Let me open this in a new tab. Here we go. Share this tab. All right. Tortoise interference. So this is a statue in Worcester, Massachusetts, where Turtle Boy lives. He named his blog, like his, it used to be Turtle Boy Sports News or Sports or something. And then he decided to open up a little bit more outside of sports because he started covering local corruption. So it's now just called the Turtle Boy Daily News, I think, where he covers, local corruption, basically. But yeah, the funny side of it is that, what the boy looks like he's doing to the turtle isn't actually what the boy's doing to the turtle. It looks like that's what the boy's doing to the turtle, but apparently the story goes the boy is setting the turtle free. And not in a bad way, in a good way. But anyway, that's where tortoise interference comes from. Just had to sidetrack that just so you follow the humor of it all. Back to our tab. So that's the funny side of tortoise interference. And it was actually something that I said in one of my videos because they threatened to sue everyone. Anyone who reports about the Karen recap, we're going to sue you all. And I was like, but isn't that tortoise interference? Sure, go and try and sue Turtle Boy, but he's got a right to report on it. They can't sue me either because I got a right to report on it as well. Except my rights are under Australian rights, which is very much less than what you guys have got as American rights. But we do have tortoise interference here. So anyway, just thought I'd share the... Sure it isn't. Oprah and April O'Neil did too. Yes, it is hard when you're split between two passions and there's only one of you. Exactly. All right, so I was curious about what was going on with BJ's thing. And so the person who I think it was that struck her channel, and she thinks it was too, was Daddy McNeff. He doesn't even talk to his sons anymore. He's just getting his knickers in a knot because he's being talked about. But even aside of that, I think Daddy McNeff might actually be trying to claim some type of victimhood so he can get the sons back on side with him and they can all be one again. Although there was someone, I think it actually might have been Strongleg, I forget who it was, suggested a little bit more than that the other day. I need to wet my throat before I do more on this map website. Sorry to anyone who can hear me doing that. Let's go. All right, zoom back out. I got exactly what's going on there. Racketeering. Statute, angle, and why it stays separate. Yes, we know it's separate. Not the first content removal effort in this record. Yep, we know that it's happened already to Ben and multiple others. So how far do these guys really want to take this? Because there's this other lad. Where's this other lad? Bricks and minifigs. I can't remember the keywords. He's the young boy that went to trade his minifigs. I'll find it. I'll find it. Lego Empire. Hey, 3 days ago, agreed to pay Reckless Ben. No, they didn't. Hang on, I'll come back to that. Who's the young kid who went to get his Lego, his minifigs appraised? I cannot think of his name off the top of my head for some reason. Iceberg Ricochet. Pick to hit the iceberg. What? Read the Rico update. Read the Rico update. Is it on the map site? Oko. Oko one day. Shakamafina nane. Shakamafina. I don't know what you. Oko. Read the Rico. MGS bricks. Thank you. Let's do this. MGS bricks. Sorry guys, I'm trying to stay on a path here about how they are punishing. That's the one. Now we got it. Stay on the path of bricks and minifigs punishing people for talking about them, because they're getting out of control with punishing people for talking about them. Way out of control. And this is one of those examples that I wanted to draw on. So let's get to that one. Share this tab. Okay, someone else is being punished.
I thought I would come on here and show how Bricks and Minifigs Corporate responded to a video I uploaded about a month.
Stop. I did share the tab. Give me a break. Oh. Okay, we got it.
I thought I would come on here and show how Bricks and Minifigs Corporate responded to a video I uploaded about a month ago. If you haven't seen the video yet, I went to 4 different Bricks and Minifigs locations with a bin full of rare Lego minifigures that were worth hundreds or even thousands of dollars. The catch is that when I went in, I acted like I didn't know what I had, all while filming this on a hidden camera in my glasses. The offers I received ranged from 6% to 19% of the true value of the figures that I brought in. At the last store featured in this video, after the employees said that they put all the figures back into the bin, which I took them in, I was walking out and I noticed that the most expensive one was missing. Now this minifigure is worth north of $1,000.
So let's just stop there. That has nothing to do with BAM Corporate. BAM Corporate shouldn't even be sticking their noses in. This kid should be allowed to say, I went to a Bricks and Minifig store and one of my minifigurines got flogged. Okay, this should have nothing to do with BAM Corporate. Yes, I am just trying to give examples for the new people while getting everyone up to date with everything. I'm not even up to the Rico yet. I do have the Rico open on my desktop here so I can read through it, but I mean, it's a hell of a document. It is 40 pages. Let me look at it. The Rico temporary restraining order is 38 pages. The Rico is 87 pages. Hang on. Is that right? Bricks and Minifigs franchise agreement. Nope, that's Crystal and Ben's Gorman's. It's a big document, so I mean it's a lot of reading. So we'll probably revert to sharing the reading around to other people who are eventually reading through the documents. So, but we will get to the Rico part eventually. So, okay, I'll do that next. Let's listen to this guy's complaint first. Let's talk about their expanding their reach of abuse first, and then we'll talk about the enterprise map, and and get to the RICO.
When I walked back in, they simply said that they misplaced it, handed it back, and said it was fake. Now, the purpose of my video was to test a sample of stores in this franchise to see how they would perform. When I originally released the video, I left the employees' faces unblurred. It immediately gained traction and got around 250,000 views in the first 2 days of being uploaded. I filmed all of these interactions in stores in North Carolina, which is a one-party consent state. So it is legal to record a conversation that you're having with somebody if just one of you give consent. So,
and on that note, there was a note that fell out of my head. On that note, no, fell out of my head. Oh my God, I got to actually hit the pause button while I'm thinking of it so I can actually do the commentary part. I missed it.
I thought uploading content like this with the unblurred faces would be acceptable. And also because there is countless other videos up on YouTube right now of people filming in similar businesses without blurring faces. As you have probably guessed by now, things did not go smoothly. During the 2 days that the video was live, I received about half a dozen privacy complaints. Shortly after,
Oh, I just remembered what it was. Well done for getting 250,000 views on a single video. I can't even get 5,000 views on a single video. So well done, lad. I don't have as many subscribers as him either, so there's also that. But well done on getting 250,000 views on a video. Love that you're going through the more basic earlier info, Aussie. Great to have a refresh. No worries, Rachel. Yes, spam's pattern of behavior, exactly.
After YouTube took down the video. The explanation I received stated that copyright protected content was found in the video. The timing was especially frustrating because YouTube's AdSense revenue updates after 24 to 48 hours, so since the video was taken down in such a short time, I ended up losing out on a lot of money. But besides the point, I think if the stores had performed more positively, I suspect the company would have been much more comfortable with the video remaining online. That same day that the video was taken down, I received an email from the official Bricks and Minifigs corporate email.
It was none of their business, and the individual franchisee is responsible for taking his expensive little Lego piece, not Bricks and Minifigs. Why are they sticking their noses in? They have no reason to stick their noses in. This is between him and the franchisee. They can't protect the franchisee from the bad press of their own actions. Can they? I will add a can they there on the end because I'm not a lawyer, okay? So everybody knows. Not a lawyer, just a commentator.
The email reads, "Hi MGS Bricks. My name is Matt McNeef. I'm with Bricks and Minifigs Corporate. I watched your recent video featuring several Bricks and Minifigs locations and I wanted to reach out directly. First, I want to acknowledge something up front. Based on what we can see in the footage, it does appear that our internal handling procedures were not followed in one of the interactions you highlighted. That's something we take seriously and we are addressing it with."
Cool, that's it. Full stop. Leave it alone. That's all you needed to say. But no, they can't help themselves. They have to go further. They have to throw their weight around and be threatening to this poor kid. But that's where the full stop should have ended, right? We take these matters seriously and we will look into it for you. Full stop. Because they changed the game of their own rules to fit whatever they need. Exactly. Stamp of approved. They're just playing their own fucking game with everybody. So
the franchise as a whole. Regardless of intent, our standard is clear. Every item brought in by a customer should be handled with care, transparency, and returned appropriately if no deal is made. We've done some internal review, and while the footage is over a year old, which limits what we can fully verify, it appears that this was an honest mistake by an employee, not a pattern or intentional behavior. That doesn't excuse.
You want to talk about patterns and intentional behavior. Let's listen further.
The outcome, but context does matter, especially when something like this gains traction online. So yes, the footage is over a year old, but to be honest, I was trying to graduate high school while editing this, and that took up a lot of my time. Some of the files corrupted, so I had to spend time getting those back. The footage from the Amazon spy glasses I used was super finicky to work with, and figuring out the best way to communicate what happened was also very tough.
Can we just take a moment to give this boy a pat on the back for paying for his way through school. And a middle finger to Bricks and Minifigs for trying to stop this poor kid from paying his way through school. Like, hello? How low do you want to go?
What you likely couldn't have known is the real-world impact this has had. The North Raleigh store owner is currently out of state handling the passing of the grandfather who raised him, and the employee involved...
Oh, we need a little mini violin. Wee. Jesus Christ. They're just going to play this kid so hard. This isn't his fault. He didn't go in there specifically to set someone up to steal one of his little guys, all right? Like, hello?
Who has no prior history of issues and has consistently been a strong team member, is preparing to undergo heart surgery and is currently experiencing significant...
Oh, my dear Lord. How much do you want to put on this poor kid's shoulders? None of this has got anything to do with this poor kid. It's nuts. Bam also tried to guilt trip him. Right, exactly. Like, hello? Jesus Christ.
And stress related to the attention this situation has generated. I'm not sharing that to push back on your content, but to give a fuller picture of the people behind what is shown. We also want to raise something important regarding privacy. It appears individuals were recorded and posted without their consent, and in a way that has...
Again, none of your business, Bam. Corporate. If those individuals have an issue with their faces appearing in the content, those individuals can complain for themselves.
Made them directly identifiable. We ask that if this content continues to be used or shared, that reasonable steps are taken to protect the privacy of those individuals, e.g. blurring faces, limited identifying details. This is not only a matter of basic fairness, but also aligns with platform expectations around privacy. Separately, we do want to be clear that while we are open to engaging constructively, we also take seriously our responsibility to protect our brand, our franchises, and our employees from misleading narratives or undue harm. We believe there...
Blah, blah. Hang on. I got to pause for 1 second. I need to look up something here to see how far they are reaching. What are YouTube policies regarding exposing thieves and blurring faces? Let's see what I can find. I don't know if I looked up a good search term there, but it would seem right. Obviously, you can't dox or harass. And vigilante justice, meaning you cannot publicly share personally identifiable information or encourage abusive behavior towards suspect thieves. I don't think he was doing any of that. No doxing or inciting hate. Well, you know, if you're going to steal someone's minifigurines, audiences are probably going to hate you. No harassment and and exposing criminals while documenting of a crime for educational documentary purposes or to hand over to local law enforcement is generally permitted. Publicly naming and shaming the suspects, which I don't think he did, especially prior to formal charges or convictions, crosses into harassment or privacy violations. So I don't think he named and shamed. I think he just showed that he went to the store, found his little figurine missing, and that was it. I don't think he named the store. I don't think he named the people. And the only thing he did do was show their faces, which I think he corrected by blurring their faces, by digging up the footage again and blurring their faces at Bricks and Minifig Corporate's request. So I needed to look that up just to see what the guidelines were.
There's a better path forward here than escalation, and we'd prefer to pursue that. One additional piece of context. Since this video was filmed...
Wait. We prefer to pursue non-escalation by escalating.
We've made meaningful improvements across our system to increase consistency in how stores evaluate collections, particularly minifigures and mixed lots. We've invested in better tools, clearer standards, and more structured training. That said, even with those improvements, offers still vary from store to store, and that's by design. There are a number of real factors that go into any evaluation.
The problem wasn't the evaluation. The problem was that they kept it when they gave his little collection back. That's the problem, guys. Way to go avoiding addressing the issue.
Including completeness, condition, authenticity, current inventory, local demand, and the time required to sort and resell. Those nuances can be difficult to fully capture in a
Yes, he was a child at the time. He was fully in high school still.
single filmed interaction, but they're a big part of how the process works in practice. All of that said, we already think there's an opportunity here to do something more constructive than the typical back and forth that follows videos like this. If you're open to it, we'd welcome the chance to connect and potentially collaborate on a follow-up that adds more depth and transparency for your audience, whether that's
Oh, so in plain English, we want to come on your channel and browbeat you into submission. That's what that said. And if he does allow them to come on his channel, I'll bet you $1 million they try to browbeat him into submission.
revisiting stores with a clearer look at how evaluations happen in real time, doing a side-by-side comparison across locations, or spending time behind the scenes to show how collections are processed.
Let us come on your channel and redeem ourselves because we're lying a-holes and the whole world knows it now.
We think there is a way to turn this into something genuinely interesting and informative. We are not looking to control the narrative. We are interested in contributing to it in a way that's accurate.
Look, if you have to start a sentence with "we're not looking to control the narrative," then that's probably what you're trying to do. Like, they're just telling on themselves everywhere.
Balanced, and valuable to the community that's clearly paying attention. If you'd be open to a conversation, I'd be glad to connect. Best, Matt McNeef, COO. So I responded a day later saying, "Hi Matt, thanks for reaching out and taking the time to share all of that. I really appreciate the context. I went ahead and temporarily..."
Dear Matt, I have no fucking idea what you're talking about because I'm a high schooler. Like, oh my god, these people are so freaking dumb. Yes, the guilt tripping. Right. North Korean hackers told you that? What? Obviously I'm missing a joke in there.
Really took down the video so I can make some updates, mainly to properly blur faces and remove any identifying details. I definitely wasn't trying to harm anyone with the video. Going into it, I didn't have any preconceived ideas. I was just trying to document real interactions and see how the process works in different stores. I do appreciate you acknowledging that what happened didn't align with your internal standards. It's good to hear that it's something you take seriously and are addressing.
Can we just stop for a second? Sorry, it's probably annoying everyone that I'm stopping so frequently. That's the whole point of a reaction video. But did anybody care about the harm done to him by, you know, that person stealing his little guy in here? What if he hadn't have noticed it? It was like the most expensive piece in his collection, wasn't it? So what about the harm that would have been done to him? They have not even addressed the harm that would have been done to this poor kid. The North Korean hackers will make more sense once I get to Sheldon Norcross's channel. I think I'm already onto it. I think I know what you're talking about now. It is funny too. It's to do with the PD's accidental upload. Is that right?
Also understand your concerns around privacy, and I'm making sure that's handled better in the updated version. I'll definitely be open to collaborating on something going forward. I think there's a really interesting opportunity to show more of the full process and give people a better understanding of how evaluations work. I just want to make sure I retain editorial control so the content stays authentic to my audience. Yes. Happy to connect and talk more if that makes sense. Thanks again, MGS Brick. Then they sent a reply that
That's very smart reply for a high school student. Just to people like this, because they probably would actually make him sign something where he doesn't maintain control of his own content. I would absolutely not put that past him. So that was a very smart move on this kid's part. So never validate the victim. Sound familiar? Right, Grazer. They're the ones bullying. That's right. It's called Darbo. Deny attack, reverse victim and offender. That's how abusers work.
The next day and linked me up with the media relations person. She suggested we do like a one-on-one Zoom call with Matt and do like an interview. I told them that I had my final exams the next week so I could graduate, which I did. Then about a week and a half later, they sent another email saying, "Hi Malachi," which is my real name. "Thanks again for your reply a few weeks back. We hope your finals went well. We really appreciate you for being open to continuing the conversation. Again, we agree with you that there's a strong opportunity here to create something genuinely helpful for the LEGO community, especially when it comes to understanding how trade-ins actually work in a real."
But I'm sensing a but here. But you need to take the video down.
Real-world setting. There's also a human side to this that we think is important. The people behind these stores, their teams, and how situations like this can impact them. We believe there's an opportunity to tell a more complete story that your audience would really connect with.
Oh, please do tell us why a store owner felt it was necessary to steal from a high school kid. that a complete story there would be awesome.
Store owners are legitimately receiving multiple death threats due to your video, and their families are genuinely concerned.
Oh, bullshit. Please. Really? We're gonna lay on the guilt trip like peanut paste now? They're just YouTubers. That's the attitude. It's also wild how they speak to this guy. He's clearly just hit adulthood, and he's pretty much more of an adult than they are. Ben and his team, etc., are well into adulthood, and they're treated like kids. Yes, exactly. Talking from a faceless corporation and not a definable human is creepy as. Yeah, I just can't with the guilt trips. How much heavier do you want to paste this on, guys?
The last 2 weeks have severely impacted many of these good, hardworking people. Our hope is that you'll be willing to listen and consider something that will not only be great for your audience, but help de-escalate the seriousness these individual store owners are dealing with in real life.
Then don't steal from kids and old people, obviously.
Due to the first video. So they said that we could do Wednesday or Thursday, April 29th or the 30th. Now, after thinking over it for a little bit, I wasn't interested in doing a one-on-one interview just because I didn't really think it helped the storyline of my video anymore. And I kind of just wanted to move on from the situation until Reckless Ben released his video 12 days ago. So it was about 3 days after he released his first video, I made
Oh no, he said the dirty word. Now we know they're going to ratchet it up, right? This is the same in the Karen Reid case. As soon as you say TB, Turtle Boy, everyone loses their fucking shit. Like the judge caused a fucking massive fucking, I'm going to berate everybody and make everyone sign fucking perjury statements, and like it's the same thing. These guys are going to lose their shit because he said Reckless Ben. Am I right?
a short that I posted on Instagram and TikTok along with YouTube.
Reckless Ben just exposed Bricks and Minifigs, and what they did is unacceptable. I exposed them, but to a lesser degree about a month ago. And you guys are saying that we need to team up. I messaged him about it and he hasn't seen it yet. I need your guys' help. Tag Ben Snyder in the comments so he sees this. Ben, together we can do something great.
Yes.
This is gonna be so freaking peak.
So when Ben eventually saw it, he commented in the comment section. And right after he commented, I got this email. A formal notice regarding proposed Reckless Ben collaboration. Malachi, you received this email directly because it has been brought to our attention that through
STFU. Go away. You don't get to control Malachi. Like, this is such controlling behavior. This is the behavior of abusers. They have to control everything, every narrative, everything. And he's just a kid, so, you know, That's why they're aiming for him.
MGS Bricks, you have communicated with Reckless Ben about potentially creating, in quotations, peak content involving bricks and minifigs.
Oh no, not Reckless Ben.
In the situation he has been publicizing. Please consider this email to you a formal notice not to involve yourself, your platform, your audience, MGS Bricks, or your content in any campaign, collaboration, stunt, statement, recording, post,
Look out, here comes the threats.
or coordinated activity involving Reckless Ben, his associates, or claims being made against Bricks and Minifigs, its franchises, owners, employees, vendors, or related parties. The issue with him is not just internet drama, it is an active legal matter with serious civil and criminal implications. The situation has already resulted in arrests for him and several of his followers. Attorneys and law enforcement at multiple levels are actively involved. Evidence
Trying to scare the crap out of this kid. If you do it, you're going to be next. Like big tough guys that they are. Scaring a high school kid.
has been preserved, continues to be collected, and will be used as appropriate. We are not going to outline our evidence, legal strategy, investigative details, agency involvement, or next steps in an email that may be forwarded, posted, clipped, or misused. But we will make this very clear. The public narrative being pushed by Ben and others is false, misleading, exaggerated, and incomplete.
No, the public narrative is about you being false, misleading, exaggerated, and incomplete. That's the public narrative.
We have evidence contradicting key claims, and we have evidence concealing coordinated efforts to create content, manipulate public perception, and generate pressure.
What? You want to tortuously interfere with our YouTube business arrangements? Is that what you're saying? That nobody can make money off the story? We can't have a business arrangement with YouTube? Is that what you're saying?
Through social media. These actions have legal consequences. We are not asking you to take our side. We are giving you a simple warning not to make yourself part of it. If after receiving this notice you choose to help, create, stage, promote, monetize, repeat, amplify, or coordinate content based on false or unverified claims.
Oh my God. They just go on. And Rose, I'm not surprised. Aren't they Irish? Isn't McNeff Irish? You know, the Irish Mafia was like a big staple in Massachusetts going back, I don't even know when, but yeah, going back sometime. I'm not surprised if they have some sort of affiliation with the fucking Irish Mafia.
You may no longer be treated as a neutral observer or innocent commentator. Depending on your conduct and communications, you could expose yourself to subpoenas, preservation demands, civil claims, and potential criminal implications. That risk is especially serious now that you have been placed on notice that the claims are disputed, evidence exists contradicting them, and the matter is already under active legal and law enforcement review. You should immediately preserve all communications and materials relating to this matter. That includes Instagram DMs, texts, emails, call logs,
Get a fucking subpoena. Get the hell out of here. You can't just order someone to do this. You need a subpoena, right? This is actually crazy. This is evidence of intent for silencing journalism. It's independent journalism, right? If you haven't seen Dan McNeff's YouTube video, I hope they sue him. This is literally anti-slap. It is indeed anti-slap gold. That's why BJ's all like jumping up and down in the seat, because she's like the anti-slap queen.
recordings, deleted messages, drafts, notes, shared files, posts, comments, and communications with Ben, Mencel, Crystal Law, or anyone else connected to the situation. Even if you delete, alter, conceal, or destroy anything, there will be criminal implications.
No, there won't, because you don't have a subpoena. You're just saying shit. You are not a legal entity. You are not a court. You are not the cops. Get off your high fucking horse and back to reality.
Before you allow yourself to be pulled into this, we strongly recommend that you speak with someone who has real legal, business, or practical experience. A content opportunity may seem harmless online, but participating in someone else's false or unlawful campaign can create consequences that last far longer than you realize. We are not accusing you of wrongdoing at this time. We are giving you a clear opportunity to avoid becoming part of it. We have reached out to you multiple times regarding your previous video, and we remain willing to speak with you directly. Our offer to collaborate with you in a legitimate and honest way also still stands. We would much rather see you build something positive than get dragged into Ben's legal problems. But make no mistake, if you knowingly insert yourself into this situation after this warning,
I'd be like, drag me, fuckers. I mean, I know he hasn't got the money to get dragged, but I'd be just writing back, so drag me. Drag me by the fucking hair.
we will preserve this notice and your subordinate actions as a part of the record. The smart move is to step back, preserve everything, and get advice before doing something that may follow you longer than a video trend. Respectfully, Matt McNeath, Bricks and Minifig. I then responded
threateningly, not respectfully, threateningly.
a few hours later saying, "Hi there, thank you for reaching out. I did connect with Reckless Ben, and after speaking with him, I realized that it's not something I want to be involved with. Now that I've finished exams and am graduating this Saturday, I love to reconnect and continue the conversation we were having before. Would you guys be open to hopping on a call sometimes Thursday or Friday this week? Thanks, Malachi." Then today,
oh my God, did you get the sarcasm oozing off his tongue there? It's all the same patterns with the franchise owners to guilt trip and then threaten. Again, with the your only option is to shut the F up. Exactly, Grazer. It's ridiculous. These people are getting too big for their boots and acting like they are the courts.
they responded to me, "Hi Malachi, I was just talking with the owner of the North Raleigh store. He said he would love the opportunity to meet you in person, have a conversation, and get to know you."
Oh, so the dude that stole his little minifig, who he already met and stole his little minifig, now wants to do his own groveling.
You mentioned he loved one of your first major videos, trading up from a minifig, starting with a minifig maker card at his store. If you would be down to meet with him, we'd be happy to say something. Tell me in the comments if y'all would like to see that happen, but for right now I'm content not meeting with anybody. Since
Smart boy. Don't do it. Stay right the fuck away from them and do your collab with Ben. Although you probably can't publish it just yet, but do your collab. I hope Ben does reach out to him and agrees to do some sort of collab with him, even if it's not on this topic while he's gagged. So let me go to the next one where they are threatening. Who else were they threatening? Okay, so the next one is... this one just happened in the last few days. And so I just thought this is Daddy McNeff getting in on the threatening everybody action. There was two. Oh my God, I don't even know where I'm going to find the other one, but let's do this one. This is where Daddy McNeff makes up a big fat fucking story that has nothing to do with anything to try and get BJ into trouble. Yeah, I think Ben will actually, he's a nice guy and this is a nice kid, so I don't see why Ben wouldn't try to collab with him on something. But Minifigs is probably not the one to do it with.
Can I help you?
Hi. Yes, this is Dan McNeff, McNeff. And a couple, well, my sons own Bricks and Minifigs, and
they don't speak to me anymore. I'm just sticking my nose in where it's not wanted. Sorry.
They've been embroiled in this big online controversy. Some people looking online have discovered that they're my sons. I haven't had anything really to do with them for 5 years.
And you know what? What you're doing right now is just putting yourself in the limelight because nobody fucking cared before this. In fact, more people had sympathy for you because they'd sued you. So what you're doing here is called the Afro Man effect.
5 years, they Not that I didn't want to, but they. They. Are you there? Can you hear me?
I am here. Your phone had cut out for a moment. So what's going on today
Okay.
that you need assistance with?
Well, I got a death threat over the weekend, and somebody shot out my window just now.
So he got a D threat and someone did something to his window. I can't say them because it's one thing to play a 911 call. It's a whole other thing if you say the words out loud. But what fucking planet does this dude live on? Like, seriously? What is he? I don't know what planet he lives on.
Okay. What is your address?
It's one.
And how long ago did someone drive by and shoot out your window?
Well, they didn't drive by. They're standing on a trail. My house is the Bonneville Shoreline Trail goes up past my house.
Did you see the person from your house?
Not now. They've gone, but we could see them. Yeah.
And how long ago did you see them up on the trail?
It's been a half hour.
He sounds like he's pretty certain about that, right? Except the problem is, once the cops get there, he wasn't even there. So he never saw it. So no worries, stamp of approve. Thanks for coming. And we'll see you next time. And thanks for the shout out for the like on the channel. Let me find Daddy McNeff's channel. I just want to show you some of the stuff that he's trying to get himself involved in. Yeah, I think that's his channel right there. He's a big Trump fan. I gotta scroll to find the comments, but he might have actually removed them, but oh, I've got the wrong one. Pretty sure it looks like him though. I just wanted to show you some of the bullshit that he's posting about Reckless Ben. Trying to get himself like involved in the Reckless Ben stuff. June 11. We're getting there. We're getting there, folks. He might have just got himself so completely slammed for doing it that he took it down. I think he has, because now we're in March and May. Yep, I think he took it down. Damn, I wanted to show you that. Oh, we'll just continue with this then.
I've been on hold for 25 minutes.
In your home that is injured?
No, nobody's injured. There's no injuries. Not an emergency. People just felt like I needed to call and report it. And I guess there's some concern. I have my wife. I have some kids and grandkids here. I don't know what to do.
We're going to send an officer to your residence. Dan, what is your phone number? And is your family home with you right now?
We're all here, yeah. But, I'm not that worried. And I don't know.
Well, just for your safety,
obviously,
you and your family away from any windows or doors until the officers get there and you speak with them.
Well, hell, the whole house is windows. Anyway, okay.
If something else happens or they shoot out another window or anything, you call us immediately and let us know. But we're getting officers to your residence.
Oh, okay.
Could you see the
All right,
person
thank
or
you.
remember what they might have looked like?
I actually wasn't here. I was up in Farmington, and so, yeah, the people here all saw him. There were several people that looked at him.
Are they
And they
able to
had
give a
binoculars.
description of what that person looked like?
I think so. I think they will.
Are you
And
able to
they
give me
took
that
a look at. Am I able to what?
Can you give me the description of what the person looked like?
There were 3 or 4 people. Hold on just a second. Let me get the people that were doing it.
See, he just admitted that it wasn't him that saw it. He started out saying, I saw it. Now he's admitting that it wasn't him that saw it. Like, suspicious or what?
I've got people out there working in my on my deck, and they were standing up there watching them, and these people sat there for, I guess, a half hour or so, and they were they had binoculars looking at people working.
Hello, I'm sorry, your phone cut out. Dan, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
I get your shit together.
Okay. So I've got the police on the phone. She would like to know, can you provide a description of the people that were up there?
Not really. There was 3 individuals, and all you could see was like the tops of their heads. I know one I could see was wearing a dark helmet, it looked like, and one was wearing a backpack.
Can you hear this,
Yes, I did.
ma'am?
Yes,
Okay.
I heard him. Hold on just 1 second.
They're bringing police over right now. The pictures so I can get them upset. What's that?
And I just want to make sure that none of the workers were injured. Is that correct?
No, nobody was injured. Okay. But, given the call over the weekend, it's just, it's not, coincidences.
We'll also get to the actual incident when the cops get there, because a lot of the shit he's talking here is plain shit.
I told him it was around 11:30 p.m.
It was 11:30 p.m. when it happened.
When you got the call or when they shot your window out?
Well, and they shut the window.
So that was at 11:30 this
I got
morning?
the call on Saturday. Yeah.
Okay, so Dan, what I need to verify, so when the incident occurred today,
I don't think it was his wife. I think he did it because he's trying to make a big deal out of things and get his own action happening off the back of his son's popularity or unpopularity, as the case may be.
did that occur at 11:30 or did it happen 30 minutes ago?
Make up your
Yeah, I thought it was 30 minutes ago. It looks like it was more like an hour and a half ago.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 moment.
Give me 1 second while I jot down those 3 lies you just told me.
Did anyone see
Okay.
what type of weapon they might have been using?
No. I asked him.
Okay. All right, Dan, we're going to have
It
officers
looks
come
like it's a
and
BB gun.
it looks like, okay. We have an officer
A
en route
BB
to
gun.
come and speak with you about this, okay?
Okay.
All
Thank
right,
you.
then. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
You bet. All right, bye-bye.
Oh, sorry. Oops. Mute that. We're giving BJ ads now. Oh, that was the end of it. There you go. Now, there is another video that goes with this. I thought so too, but seems so irritated, and there is a woman talking at him during the call. Yeah, no, this was something he chose to do, and I'll show you why. let's get this. Let me do a little search ski. I know it's here somewhere. This is all the shenanigans. Daddy taught them well, right? It's going to be one of her live streams where she did that. So, Brixie Mini Pigs investigation court cancelled. Daddy McNeff posted again. Yes, the Daddy McNeff posted again. Huge updates. Federal court, Dan McNeff's dad, and Law and More. That was the one that she had to start again because he friggin' struck her in the middle of it. Let's see if this one takes us to the antics. The antics. When you see his posts kind of all strung together into a cohesive order, you start seeing what his game is. It's pretty obvious what his game is. Here. Right here. Oh, I did see that post. I did have the right account, and I did see that post. It's just it was collapsed, so I didn't see. I didn't see the rest of it. Let's jump on that one. All right, stamp of approved by again. All right, I just quickly popped back in because Barbecue Council had just dropped a video on BAM's finances. All right. We'll get there.
Book that I unfortunately do have to agree with some aspects of. Let me show you what I mean. Here's Dan McNeff. This is the father. Speaking of AI, look at his profile picture, girl. He's got the 3 teddy bears, and it still says works at Legally Mine, studied at BYU. Some people were saying, he doesn't own Legally Mine anymore. Now he's like relinquished his membership to this other guy or whatever who's on the filings and stuff.
All right, let's move along because there's a reason.
This is 8 dragons. You soar across the kingdoms, but you don't fly alone.
I arrived at an ad again. It wasn't that post that I was interested in, but the retaliation. We will find it. I'm probably boring the crap out of everybody trying to find it. I'm probably even on the wrong video. I am on the wrong video. All right. Let's go to here.
Oh, they're all in here. Okay, good. Okay, so let me go to that. Let's do some of the body. Let's review some body camera footage.
All right.
Somebody said I miss Radio Shack. So I had my body camera footage links.
Check out the string diagram this chick's drawn. Check the second update on... Yes, that's about the Enterprise. We'll come to that. Barbecue Councillor has some news as well. All right, guys, you hit me with too much at once. I'm trying to stay in order. I really am. Doing my best to stay in order. So I really am trying to stick with, right now, just patterns of behavior, which BJ does go into a lot of these patterns of behavior. So that call that we just heard is in a BJ video. I'm just trying to find it, which I'm going to get lost looking. Let me try again. Let's go again. Body cam. I think it's this one. This is the continuation from that call, right? Yeah, it is. So that's the call we just heard. Oh, I got another ad. Yay, I caught another ad. Let's get to the actual event. I love that this lady uses the FOIA all the time, the FOIA. Oh, hang on. I'm not even sharing it, am I? Wrong screen. Wait. Okay, this is a continuation from that call. This is the cops actually turning up to answer that call.
He talks. I feel like he hates women. I don't know. I feel like he hates women. Is that watch made out of wood?
House window. Oh, the house
It wasn't in my car.
window
It was a house window they shot.
from in the back. Yeah. Okay.
Come on, rookie.
And who saw it?
Oh, I've got some workers here.
Okay, so this part is blurred out. Not only.
Yes, Rose, I understand that the enterprise is the biggest pattern of behavior, but we haven't even got to what the enterprise is yet. We're still going through the bullying of YouTubers. We haven't got there yet. But I promise we're going to get there. May not be today, but I promise. We're already 4 hours through, so I just want to do this last bit on Daddy McNeff getting in on the action, and then I will start the next stream with all the enterprise details, the LLCs and all that sort of stuff, and I'll actually be a little bit more organized than I am here. I promise. Okay. Yes, the Legally Mind seminar, all of that. It is important, but we're not up to that yet. So I am getting there though. And I'll make sure that the next stream we go into this area. We haven't talked about the TRO, how the TRO come about, why everyone's looking up Legally Mind, why that counts as far as the RICO. So we haven't even covered all the basics yet. We're trying to, but this story has been going for a couple of months and I am so far behind. But I just want to try and keep it in some sort of order for people catching up. So
Visually, but also the audio. So that does suck that we can't hear what was being said in here in this inside the house. But you know, whatever, it's inside the house. I don't really want the police recording me inside my house and disseminating it either, so whatever. But now he's in the back of the house on the deck. This is where the supposed BB just shot through the window.
supposedly, apparently.
Hello.
There were, I guess, 3 guys that were sitting out here on the trail. The Bonneville Shoreline Trail goes up here.
Okay.
And so they sat there. They sat for about a half hour just looking at our house. And
Yes, guys, I agree.
There were people, they had binoculars, they were staring. Now, I did play the 911 call at the beginning of this video, and I'll put out the
You did.
there.
Thank
We're
you.
an hour ending on
We
the then it was
appreciate
like
that.
oh, then it's he's just so
The guys, they were up there working on this deck.
had the guys out here working on this deck. So this is two of them, but one of them skedaddles.
Hello.
There were, I guess, 3 guys that were sitting out here on the trail, the Bonneville Shoreline.
There were 3 guys sitting out here on the trail. He said BB gun. Now, I do not think a BB gun is making its way from all the way on top of that hill to make a hole in this window.
She's right. What range has a BB gun got? Like, for fuck's sake. And I agree, Grazer, that the GoFundMe money, Brian Mansell's GoFundMe money, is up pretty big right now. And that's exactly what I think Daddy McNeff wants to get in on the action of. But he's also a attention whore. Just look at the way he carries on here. Let me just do Brian Mansell GoFundMe. Let's have a look where we are up to today. Let's have a look where we are up to today. Oh, he cracked $500,000, guys. He's up to $500,000 raised. This mystery company's corporate took over the store. So he has reworded it, but it never misrepresented that Brian and his father were the ones in receipt of the money here. So that was where the cops scared the bejesus out of Ben, thinking that he had an illegal GoFundMe. So back to Daddy McNeff doing his bully bullshit.
Okay.
And so they sat there. They sat for about a half hour just looking at our house.
So?
And they had binoculars. They were staring at us with it.
Oh, they were He said they were staring at us, but this man also said he wasn't home, just keeping track of all these contradictions.
Sorry.
It's okay. No, it's okay.
A very stressful time.
Okay.
My son's an idiot.
Son's an idiot.
Sorry.
He is an idiot.
The cop said, oh, I'm sorry. My son's an idiot. Oh, I'm sorry.
And then I don't know how we got the American Police Department all caught up, and you've heard about it. The bricks and minifigs thing.
She hasn't heard about it.
You haven't? Well, that's good for you. Yeah, you're not online then, because it's a big deal.
I try not to be online.
Damn it.
It's been covered by all 3 news channels here. It's been covered by the New
We're the center of attention, lady, don't you know?
York Times. It was even on TMZ apparently last night.
Oh.
The way that's the order he went in is funny to me. It's been on the New York Times. It even was on TMZ.
Yeah, I laughed at that too.
It's a big deal.
Oh, okay.
So people online are really upset with my sons, and they're blaming me.
Okay.
And I got a death threat over the weekend.
And did you call that in?
I tried calling, but I couldn't get through. I got that non-emergency line, and I was working.
Okay.
I was on the phone for about an hour before I finally gave up.
Okay. Well,
I got the phone number.
okay, so I'm going to have you fill out a statement about the death threat.
A little later, she's like, she actually says something quite sarcastic about the TMZ thing, because he keeps going back to the TMZ thing.
Okay.
And then
Okay, that guy just picked something up and walked off with it, the other worker.
put all your information on top, statement about the death threat, and then what happened today, and sign and date it. And then do you guys have another pen? I only have one. Oh, no, I have one. Never mind. And then if you want to did you see it?
See what?
The
Yeah, kind
people.
of.
Uh-oh. She's got that look.
There's a police officer standing on this deck.
Nobody told you this.
I
Not
knew
your
that.
teacher, not your dentist,
Sorry.
not even the tooth fairy. But it's true. Once
After being called to this house, and she said to the worker, "Did you see it?" And he said, "See what?"
Yeah, we could probably just press stop there and you got the picture, but it goes on.
Yeah.
And yeah, just put your information here. You were working on the house, or what you saw, and sign and date it, and then that's where they shot.
So that's the supposed window right there that got shot.
Supposedly.
I wonder if they thought you were.
Well, they're almost making it seem like they were like somebody was shooting a sniper rifle at the construction worker.
What is?
Like this little like oopsie, something went through the window was almost an attempted murder investigation.
And I told Dan this.
Okay.
So it's only speculation that it was somebody on the hill.
Okay.
Right? That's all it is.
Okay.
We cannot say for sure whether it was us with what we're doing.
Okay.
Or, you know, it could be a sniper glint on the hill because it's.
So it sounds to me like the workers are just trying to get out of trouble. Obviously, they smashed the window.
Am I the only one who thinks this sounds so stupid?
No. Not alone, BJ. It's stupid.
I couldn't tell if the crash hole through the window was related to something I was doing or if it was a sniper glint on the hill.
The man on the grassy knoll.
I don't even know where to start with that. Does that mean he was like, yeah,
It is a grassy knoll, look.
Oh, Jesus. I couldn't tell if I crashed the hole through the window or it could have been a sniper glint on the hill. Well, come on.
It was 4 people with a sniper.
And I told Dan this.
Okay.
So it's only speculation that it was somebody on the hill.
Okay.
Right? That's all it is.
Okay.
We cannot say for sure whether it was us with what we're doing.
Okay.
Or, you know, it could be a sniper glint on the hill.
Why does he keep pointing at the neighbor's house?
Because what's what you saw? I find it interesting. Nobody's asking this man, have you had anything to drink?
Yeah.
Have you had anything to drink today?
Okay.
I can just put down what I saw.
I'm just so used to the cops asking that and every body cam footage lately.
What you saw is fine.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah. What were you, did anything like fly off? When you guys...
So that's kind of what's unclear.
Okay.
Is
It's unclear.
we were cutting
Yeah.
Yeah.
too far away for a rock to hit that high.
Oh, were you?
We're cutting all the way down here.
Yeah.
Well-
Projectilely. It's going to go here into this window.
Yeah.
Projectile.
Okay, is this construction worker related to Josh Johnson? Because logically, think about it logically. Why would a YouTuber show up with a fake process server with fake papers? It's a fake. This guy's like, well, I was cutting too far away. I was cutting too far away.
What's Ben doing in this county?
You know, it also looks
anyway?
like there was like cardboard here. Remember they said that he's gonna say it here, but there was like they had like nail gunned some cardboard on top of here. Maybe I don't know exactly why, but you know, somebody familiar with like working on roofs, let me know. But here's the supposed crack in the window. I don't really see it in this 720p body cam. But if there was cardboard there, why would they have ripped it up? Maybe because there was broken window glass on the outside and they needed to clean that up. Was it an hour ago? Was it an hour and a half ago? Was it 30 minutes ago?
Who knows, BJ?
That far up in there.
They don't know.
Nick off the window, not a straight line.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Conspiracy
Is there any
theories
views or
LLC.
anything,
No, you look, but it's so dirty in there that.
Yeah.
but we looked.
I'm gonna go around the other side.
Y'all.
Side.
I am okay. They blur it out because she's in the house. I'm gonna have to request the other body cam of the cop that's still out there. But
Yeah, do
his
that.
head's in
We
here.
want to
It'll be-
see it.
Right. It's like
Actually observed was, so when I was down here.
so the cop. He said, "Okay, but what you actually observed was." So it seems like this guy is out here trying to make up like, oh, what coulda, shoulda, woulda happened. Could have been a binocular. Could have been a sniper rifle. Could have been me with a rock. Could have been Colonel Mustard with the wrench in the study hall, girl. We don't know. The cop said, what did you actually see? What did you see? What did you observe?
On the deck with a bell.
What's
right?
the date?
The way I was coming.
Is that the saw? What's that? Oh, shoot.
Cartoons make complex ideas easy to understand.
The day is the 10th in the Axon body camera, the 10th of the 6th. So you guys are backwards. So it was the 10th of June. When was the AFPD protest? Let's have a quick squeeze. When was the American Fork PD protest? Was when an ongoing backlash against the American Fork Police Department to do with Ben Schneider. Yes, that's the one. But when was it? It was. Tell me the date. Yeah, in 2026 doesn't help. When was the late May, early June? That's all I'm getting. Demonstrations took place outside AFPD and the corporate offices of Bricks and Minifig. They were organised by the fans of Reckless Ben. So we need to see when they were done and dusted. June the 1st, reported by there was a report on the June the 1st. So they were already done and dusted by the 6th. Is that right? He was June 20th after this report. Oh, there you go. June 20. It wasn't, this is June 10. So this is before Ben was even in town. So he's jumped the gun a little bit by 10 days. So, oh, sorry. Yeah, no, 10 days. I fucking hate how your dates are backwards. I get confused all the time. So there you go. Ben wasn't in town.
Oh, whew. What is that? Is that a? It's so blurry too. I would have a much better shot at guessing right if it was a little clearer. Is this the saw?
Where I was cutting, doesn't make sense for a rock to break that high and that far adjacent to where I'm cutting. And where were you exactly?
Where were you exactly?
Yeah. I was right here, cutting along this beam, right? Way down here. So that's a pretty hard trajectory for a pebble to go.
And he did see guys out there with binoculars, right, looking over.
Another thing too that I have a question about is why would there be a pebble? If he's cutting a beam, how would a pebble have gotten up there? That don't make sense either. Truly, the saw theory don't make sense either. It's almost like somebody actually did shoot at the window, but it wasn't from the grassy knoll. It was maybe somebody who's saying that they weren't home at the time.
Maybe. Look, I don't think Daddy McNeff is all that specific about who he thinks it is. There's one point there where he thinks it might be TMZ. So I don't think he's actually specific.
I can't say whether they were binoculars.
Okay.
I can't, like I said.
Okay.
I do have very good vision, but where they were exactly was, you see the orange flag?
Oh. Okay. N.S. Shoozy said the guy hit a nail or a screw.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Could the saw have hit a nail or screw and the screw flew into the window? That seems crazy, though. That is a thick window. They said double pane in the police report. But the cop does get right up there on that roof. He has been on a roof. Okay, that cop gets right up there on that roof and he starts investigating. I got to say, they might have not sent me all the records and everything, but they at least did somewhat of an investigation, way more than American Fork ever even thought about trying to do.
Well, he got a better investigation than Officer John O'Keefe got, didn't he?
There?
Yes.
Way up there?
Yeah.
So all you could see was like the top of their head to here.
Okay.
And while I'm working, I just keep seeing glint. And I looked, and I would keep looking up there, and it would just...
Okay.
Could be binoculars, could be a
I don't
spotting
see an
scope.
orange flag.
It's just,
Yeah.
you know how it goes.
Yeah. All right.
See the orange
That's
flag?
from
No.
there.
What orange flag?
Zip nail heads.
So
over here.
This is what I didn't really get it earlier. There's tons of zip nail heads. So y'all are saying in the chat, yeah, if you're cutting down a beam and there's already zip nail heads in the...
Loop earplugs for every moment. Sometimes it's just too loud.
Whoops.
Or it's just...
Sorry, I was on a different page.
And there's nails or screws in the beam, you might fling one of them into the side of the house or the window.
Those are all recent, and all the ones that we've just cut, we've had a piece of this cardboard up doing it.
So yeah, I guess what I'm saying is there's tons of nail heads over here that were clearly cut.
Yeah. We just did that.
There are nail heads over the case solved. Case freaking closed. The cops said there are tons of nail heads over here that were clearly cut.
There you go. It's all solved. Zip nail heads.
This is making me very mad.
That's from a nail gun.
Very angry. Because what did Dan McNeff say, Paul? He blamed you. He blamed Ben for this.
Here we go.
He said, today's version of a lynch mob could very well be YouTube investigators. At 1.6 years ago, blah, blah, blah. In the last 10 days, I have been given multiple death threats. We're going to fact check that too. And 2 days ago, we saw people. Who's we? He said to the cops he did not see that. He said, actually, I wasn't even there. Yep. Other people saw it.
Yep.
He said, we saw people viewing our home from the hill behind our home with binoculars. And they shot out a big picture window that will cost thousands to replace.
Blah, blah.
Ironically, he follows that up with no one stops to investigate truly. And he was banking on that. He was really betting the farm and the ranch
have the packet.
that nobody was going to stop and investigate fully.
That's right, BJ.
This police officer is on this roof saying, I see nail heads that have been cut through directly in front of this broken window. You're telling me you were sawing with a saw in front of the window.
You tell
and
him,
you're telling
BJ.
me you don't know if you broke the window or if it was a sniper rifle across the grassy knoll from a mountain a half mile away or something. And the best they could offer up on the phone was a BB gun, and now it's a sniper glint. And guess who Dan McNeff blamed publicly?
Ben.
Who watches the McNeffs is what it should have said. Will Reckless Ben investigate all the innocent people he has hurt and do what he can to help them? What did Dan McNeff say on the phone with the cops? No one's actually, threatened. No one's hurt. It's not an emergency, he said. Who watches the watchers? No one stops to investigate, truly.
BJ out here watching the watchers.
That aggravates me. He blamed Ben for this when it was his own damn construction worker can't even keep his story straight. And why'd they blur him out while we're at it? Why we got him blurred out? He's the primary witness to this seemingly farcical report. What I will say about it, he at least is kind of saying we don't really know, But it also seems like he's kind of going along with this little silly theory. He should have just said, "No, I think I did it. I'm pretty sure it was me. One of my guys."
Own up. Be a man.
With the cardboard in front of all the windows. Because after this shattered, like I said, could have been us, could have been something else.
Be a man, not a mouse.
So after this shattered 30 minutes ago, we had every other thing we did, we had cardboard up. But where is that cardboard? The cardboard's not up right now. The story's not added. Put a 5 in the chat. The story ain't adding up to you.
5.
Somebody said BJ nailed this case. Y'all funny for that. Could have been us is crazy.
All right. Well, it's it's our job to.
So she does a little bit more fact checking. I'm just making a coffee in case you're wondering what the racket is in the background. She does a little bit more fact checking, and it's all there if you want to go watch it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Daddy McNeff is full of shit. Pretty sure that's what's going on here. So I think Rose put some dots together for us. Yeah, Grazer, it is premium, no ads, but guess what? First of all, I'm trying not to subscribe to shit so I can build my house. Second of all, I want people whose channels I am watching to get the ad revenue from my watch. So I can just send you over there to watch them and not do any reactions to anyone's videos, but it's a little bit more fun if we actually do the reaction part. But I want them to get I know it's not a lot. Like, I made like a whole fucking $1 off the ads last show for 5 hours or whatever it was. So it's not a lot, but at least they're getting some ads. So yeah, go and watch BJ's channel if you want to catch up with the rest of what's going on there. Now, I promise everyone we will get to the RICO and the TRO. Those two are related to each other. We'll do those on the next stream. Today I really wanted to focus on getting the Karen Reid crew interested, because we're seeing some similar behaviour and carryings on in the Karen Reid case where they are abusing their power, like because they have connections in high places. They're all trying to manipulate all their government connections and everything the same sort of way that these guys are trying to do it. So it's all out of control. So there is that connection between everything for the Karen Reid watchers. So that was the point of today's exercise. Last stream was just getting everybody interested in the case, which Ben's own videos do very well without any help whatsoever from us. But this one was really just getting into the abuse of the way abusers behave, basically. Sorry, my sugar jar is empty. I need to fill my sugar jar up. And that's it for today. So I do have the RICO lawsuit up. I have the TRO up on my screen already. So I will do another live stream in the next couple of days, and we will cover those. We'll cover those two topics and get into the enterprise. The enterprise page. Pretty please, it's not long. All right. The enterprise page. We'll do it just for you, Rosie, because you're so good with giving us tips and stuff. It says it is a how many minute read? It's not telling me. But they're saying it's confirmed, so confirmed's a good thing. Public SBA data. Hang on. Share this tab. All right. Just for you, Rosie. The SBA data, federal and bankruptcy dockets, the enterprise's own verified filings on tape video and AFPD body cam. For 2 years, the story has lived in separate courthouses, separate registries, and separate videos, and that separateness is not incidental. It is the reason the pattern held. Nobody ever assembled the whole of it in one place, so nobody ever had to answer for the whole of it. Exactly what we got going on in the Karen Reid case. Everything was just separate little things. Oh, did that camera glitch and miss her alibi? Did that phone butt dial somebody? Wait a minute, did that phone answer the butt dial with the butt? Everything was butt dials in that case. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it was all butt dials. None of it. The phones were doing shit all by themselves. The cameras, all the CCTV all around town, all isolatedly just fucked up at the same time in that critical window. So very similar thing. This is that assembly, and once the threads lie side by side, the shape is plain. One enterprise, one pattern, 4 different sets of people it took from. Everything below draws on the record already sourced across this investigation. These matters remain unadjudicated, and everyone's name is presumed innocent. Everyone named is presumed innocent. And we don't harass people here, okay, guys? Don't go out harassing the people. And while Ammon is, by all counts, presumed innocent, we at the BAM map are fairly certain he wishes he had chosen to do things the easy way when Ben had given him the option, because now we're here. The law has a name for a pattern like this. Read as one enterprise, the conduct these records would support is civil racketeering under the federal RICO statute. Dun, dun, dun. Which is funny because their lawsuit against Ben is RICO. Ben and Brian. And racketeering carries a remedy stack built to match. Treble damages. Holy shit. And mandatory attorney's fees under 18 USC. Double the gain under Utah's own pattern statutes. What's that? 5 times. And the assets frozen before judgment under the Uniform Voidable Transactions Act. On this record, all of it is pleadable now, and one document would turn the money counts from pleadable to provable. The Altabank Use of Proceedings Ledger, which we briefed on just before. The single subpoena this whole case turns on. What follows is how the 4 victims and one enterprise behind them fit that frame. The first set of victims are the franchisees. That would be Ben and Crystal. A prospective owner pays an initial fee in reliance on the franchisee disclosure document, item 3, which verifies that no litigation needs disclosing and that certification reads identically across cohorts, mailed and wired to buyers year after year, while franchisee fraud and elder abuse sits elder abuse suits were in fact pending against BAM, and the same booklet's own audited note concedes the company is a defendant in legal actions. Well, other elder abuse suit? I wonder if his dad's one of those. These facts would support mail and wire fraud, a payment made because of a false certification before any intervening event. The most concrete franchisee loss is already on a docket. The LIPT Oak Grove proof claim in Reclaimer. Okay, that's citing to a case. Fixes a guarantee injury at what? How many zeros? $181,150, $54.81 on claim 13-1. The second victim is a bank, and behind it, the federal government on SBPA PPP loan. Legally mine borrowed $1,393,440 approved April 27, 2020, and the application certified no delinquency on federal debt. Isn't that funny? Because Daddy McNeff said he gave them 1.3 million or 1.5 million in that police interview we just watched. A live IRS levy tells a different story. Served February 11th, 2020, not released until July 2nd, 2020, sitting across the entire application window with recorded notice of federal tax lien releases totaling 1.2.5 million. These facts would support false statement and bank fraud theories, and the falsity is a documentary collision between two public records rather than allegation. It's documented. It's not just an allegation. With materiality measured objectively under 10th Circuit law, no proof of lender reliance required. The third victim class is the money itself and the account it moved through. The McNeff sons' own verified complaint alleges the loan proceeds moved through a concealed Alta Bank account, of which checks were written, including $71,000 to the tax preparer, with a further $113,000 and $300,000 of diversions pleaded. These facts would support money laundering, and because the allegation is sworn by the family's own members against each other, it is hard to wave away, though the full dollar-by-dollar tracing remains gated behind a subpoena for the use of proceeds ledger. For the people who are watching this going, man, we only just discovered Reckless Ben's story and we have no freaking idea what you're talking about, I promise we'll get to it. But we are doing this reading for Rosie because she really wanted us to do it. So, sidebar. Exactly, Grazer. Sidebar. The fourth victim is the person who noticed when Reckless Ben's videos about the vanished collection passed roughly 1.3 million views. The answer was not a refund, but a racketeering suit and an ex parte temporary restraining order whose clause 5K commanded the already published videos removed from every platform. The pressure then reached off the docket to the services that carried the reporting and the money behind it. Patreon's executive, Jack Conte. Hang on. Let's do a little side visit. Patreon. For those who want to see it. Okay, let's do this just as a quick side thing for the laughs.
Dear Creator Community, my name is Jack Conte, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Patreon. On May 29th, Patreon received an official takedown request filed by Bricks and Minifigs. for media and accounts related to Reckless Ben and an ongoing dispute regarding a local Lego consignment issue. This is the verified complaint with exhibits. This is the request for immediate content removal pursuant to temporary restraining order. And this is the motion for the temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction. So after an extensive review and investigation by Patreon's Trust and Safety team, we have in fact unfortunately determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us. Patreon out. Dear creator community, my name is Jack.
Isn't that fucking cool? The 101 of avoiding taxes is run your business at a loss. Or you can just cheat like these guys are. So I just thought you might enjoy actually seeing that rather than hearing me just read it to you. So yeah, Patreon's chief executive Jack Conte said publicly on May 29th, Patreon received an official takedown notice over the Reckless Ben account, citing the complaint and restraining order, and then after review, Patreon refused it and kept the page up. Oh, come on. That's a nice way of saying he told them stuff you. I'll say it for you, Jack. Fuck you. I'm sure it's what he wanted to say. Patreon said, bang, bang. Sue us. It's very funny, but I thought our guys would appreciate that. Over at the Karen Reed side, the same reporting also has also drawn copyright claims and further reports whose basis is contested. These facts would support wire fraud on the theory that silencing the reporting protected the franchise sales revenue, traditionally property of the enterprise exists to obtain, which is what makes the journalist a part of the same racket rather than a separate speech dispute. Sorry, I'm sitting right next to the loo. You just heard it flush. Apologies. The verified complaint is the enterprise's own sworn account of the campaign. Each of these four classes only ever see its own corner. The franchisee saw a bad contract. The banker saw a routine loan file. The family saw an internal quarrel over proceeds. The journalist saw a gag order. The full legal rigor for each theory, the directness rule that lets each co-plaintiff sue only on the I don't know what's wrong with me. Only on the predicate that injured it. I'm on the last fucking sentence and I can't even finish it. Continuity that defeats the single victim bar. The enterprise and the confessions on tape, the government's own body cam, and the one subpoena that would flip the money counts from pleadable to provable is laid out in the label boxes below. We will get into those on the next stream. And the reason I'm struggling to read is I've been here for 5.5 hours. It's time to stop. Plus hiding assets at mum's house. Boom, boom. All right. Wow. What a day. What day, huh? I think we've covered patterns of behavior. We have briefly introduced the RICO thing. So there's going to be, I would say, countersuits to their RICO claims. So we will briefly read over their RICO claims. I'm not reading the whole 150-page doc. I don't even know. I can't remember how many page document it is, but it's lots of pages. We probably won't read the entire thing. We'll probably just do a wrap up of what the RICO is claiming and then do a reading of the 37-page TRO so that all fits together for those who are new to the subject. So you're welcome, Rose. I'm sorry we're not getting there fast enough. It was worth it. Yes, it was. And I get what they're saying too, but I don't know that anybody else is going to get it until they understand how we got there. You need all that back information to understand what the hell that's talking about. So, but I get it, because I have been watching all the back information. So in the next episode, we'll talk about the linkages, and we'll jump into the LLCs and how they are laundering LLCs, or what's the term that they're calling it? Not laundering, churning. They're churning the LLCs, which I do believe is actually legal in America. It's just that all this other stuff makes it fall into the RICO sort of category, or the federal RICO category. So the TRO will be dissolved tomorrow. Well, I'll just be getting to it tomorrow. I very much doubt it's just going to be completely dissolved. I think that they would probably have to renew it and add, and then come to some sort of agreement on how they're going to renew it. I don't think it's going to get dissolved. They can't go this hardcore and misuse the law this hardcore and then suddenly go, oh yeah, we're not interested in TRO anymore. That's not the pattern we're seeing here. So not legal. They are doing FDD fraud. Right. Franchise churning. Yeah, that was the word. That was the one I was after. Thank you. So the prior restraint and YouTube restrictions will be released. Also, the splitting, the way that they are using the LLCs to split it, I don't think that's legal either. So they've already stipulated for a less strong version. Exactly. They're not going to give it up completely. So I guess they weren't going to just go, oh yeah, no more TRO after tomorrow. They are definitely going to have something else in there. And, you know, Ben's not the one making any D threats and all the shit that they're carrying on about. So I can't see why he wouldn't sign it. He's not doing those things, you know. He can't be held responsible because people are. The people who should be held responsible for all the threats and whatever that they're getting is the people who refuse to give the Lego back. This comes back to the Afro Man effect. You can't blame it all on Ben, just because Ben was the one that got it out there. Same story with Aidan Carney, the Turtle Boy reporter. He's the one who got the story out there and got the eyes on it. It's not his fault if people are out there doing stupid shit. You can't blame him because people are out there doing stupid shit. It's the Afro Man effect. He got the eyes on the story. The people who were doing the wrong things are the reason everyone got interested. So don't do the wrong things and people won't get interested. That's just kind of how it works in the real world where everybody else lives. So there's a good section in the map about the LLCs and stuff when you get to that. I just thought BJ did a great coverage on the LLCs, but also there was a very short video that another guy did on how the LLCs all connected together. It just gave a very basic, brief overview, so I'll probably do a little bit of that, so I don't have to bash my brains and learn LLC fucking law in America. I don't think we have LLCs here. We have incorporated and PTY and LTD, but I don't know about the LLCs. I don't think we have them here. And I don't want to have to learn it, so I sent TV a tip when the first bid dropped, but he seemed a bit busy. Yeah, that's all right. He has his interests. He's a bit aspy, I think. I don't like to diagnose people. I'm just not saying that as a diagnosis. I'm just saying that as a personality type. Something's got to like really grip him for him to cover it. So he probably won't cover this. But I'm actually going to talk with Sam. Excuse me. I'm coughing in your ears and I apologize because I don't have my coffee to wet my throat. I'm going to have a talk with Sam from I Don't Belong Here because I think these two guys, with all the videos that they've done, like the interviews and the videos that they've done now. I think Sam will probably want to get in on some of this action because these guys are just so blatantly lying. It's not just that you can tell because what they're saying doesn't match anything. It's because of their facial expressions and the way they do it. So Dan McNeff is on tape saying that the only reason they invented LLCs was for asset protection. Right, that's the part that's legal, though, bros. That part, the inventing the LLCs for asset protection, that part is actually legal. It's just how the money moves around is the thing that's the problem here. I love Sam too, so I'm going to have a talk with her on the side and just get her to watch at least one, maybe the CopyZilla one where, and I'll just clip the bit where he's saying, yeah, no, he didn't drive a U-Haul to the store. I will just clip that bit because that's probably the best one. That'll get her roped in straight up. So the charging order shows a 991 non-profit RADA stuff is not legal. That's correct. There's a lot of nuances. I agree. There's going to be a lot of nuances that I am not going to get because I don't run a business in America under those rules. So he basically tells on himself. The Dan McNeff literally explains the whole law in his video. Are you talking about that video I just looked up on? You're talking about that video I just looked up on Reddit. PTY Ltd is an LLC. There you go. I didn't know that. I did have to study business law, but it was 35 years ago that I studied business law. So it's not exactly recent. There's been a lot of changes since I studied it. So, all right. We are I'm not going to get it of it all is on purpose. Yes, absolutely. It's on purpose. Yes, that's I can see exactly how they're doing that. And they're doing exactly the same thing in the Karen Reed case. They're just making everything so fucking messy and confusing that nobody can follow it. So, I was just saying today that if I was on her team, I'm not a lawyer, but if I was on her team, I would be I would be playing that game. I would completely baffle the judge with the longest filing listing the last 4 years of timestamp fuckery in every single fucking detail, not because I think the judge is going to listen, but because it's on record for appeal. So that's what I would do. Just for that reason, it will be too confusing. The judge will just go, whatever. But when it comes to appeal, it's the details that count. So Samantha doing an analysis of Emon talking would be hilarious. I think so too. They do it at literally every level. So the only way to unravel it is to take the whole structure in at once and observe it, because every different dimension of it looks questionable. Yep. Yep. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot when we get there, which is why I'm trying to just break my audience into it, like little bit by little bit. Like we get that Ben sued the wrong company, but right now we don't get why Ben sued the wrong company, which is what the next part of the project is, helping the audience to understand why Ben accidentally sued the wrong company. Not because he's dishonest or didn't know, but because these guys have it so fucking messy that nobody could follow it anyway. All right, so just like the conversion part of the store is explainable enough that you could get over it, right? So when you have everything in their own little bubbles, they look all separate from each other. And this is what we have. This is what we've experienced with the Karen Reid case. Like all these little tiny little bubbles, the broken taillight, the cop had the car when the taillight was broken, and then he just jiggled a few figures on the police report. So it looks like the car actually arrived after they started finding taillight. And then you got these other little things going on where Karen's supposed to be in a cop cruiser with the other women, telling them to Google how long to die in the cold, when none of the dash cams actually show that. But when you get into the dash cams, you find out all the timestamps are fucked up with the dash cams. They don't match the dispatch time. So all of these little tiny things in their own little things could be explained away. But when you look at it as a whole, you start seeing a whole lot of fuckery going on. So it's the same kind of deal. So BAM didn't change it over to the new owners, Crystal. Oh, they didn't? Don't. And BAM publishes on their FDDs that they are not in any lawsuits, which is provably false. So the potential franchisees rely on that to put $40,000 down on reserving a franchise. Oh my God, it gets worse. All right, I've done enough. I'm here 5.5 hours. I am going to go eat my dinner and go to bed. I'm an old lady. I need my sleep. Anyway, let's do this again. Let's get into connecting all these dots for everybody in the next stream, which I'll book in a day or two. So keep an eye out. I'm doing it very short notice because it's very hard to match up Australian time with American time. And you're just getting me through what time I can actually pay attention for 5 hours straight right now, whether you're awake or not, is the bottom line. So let's do it again very soon. Thanks for joining us, to everyone who joined us. Thanks again, Rosie, for all the wonderful information. Thank you to everybody else who popped in to have a listen. I did start today's stream, Rachel, with a bit of Karen Reid stuff just to tie the two together so people can understand, some of the things that tie together here. So be good, everybody. Talk to you again very soon. It'll be short notice, I promise. Ciao.